I should have known there was someone else. Down below, I always kept it to myself. I believe in nothing but the pain, and I can't see this turning out right. I'll be sleeping by myself tonight. I could never go with no one else. The hurt don't show, but who knows? Time might tell. I believe in nothing but the pain, and I can't see you out of my mind. I'll be sleeping by myself tonight. Forever be sad and lonely, forever be never the same. I close my eyes, wait for the sign. Am I just waiting in vain? I believe in love and disaster. Sometimes the two are just the same. I'm beginning to see what's left of me will have to leave just to survive. Oh, I'll be sleeping by myself. Oh, I'll be sleeping by myself. I'll be sleeping by myself.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go live now, back in studio after a couple of shows and shortened shows away from our studio because of a power situation. Glad to be back home. LT will be back with us on Monday, recovering from his surgery. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Tyler on the back row. Forrester with a little day off, and as Taylor Corn is chatting over in the chat room today, our social media director. Happy Friday, everyone. A great lineup ahead that Brown's put together for us that includes Rockstar in the lounge to end the show today. Before that, though, we get Richard Cross talking to us about the changing landscape of Ole Miss athletics. Lane Kiffin, his conversation about not taking the Auburn job, and Chris Beard over there. Peter Burns of the SEC Network in Birmingham and in studio with us coming up at 11 Central today. Todd Fuhrman from Vegas at 12 noon. And a lot of football to get to, where we'll start with Florida's spring game last night.
How'd that go?
As Matt Hayes writes, it is time for Billy Napier to get back in the portal and find his quarterback. Well, I'll go ahead and tell you, it's going to be hard to get someone that's going to, when you've got Hugh Freeze maybe looking for a quarterback and Billy Napier, two SEC quarterbacks to be starters in the portal this late in the year. Hard to think everybody will be able to find their quarterback. But Graham Mertz and Jack Miller, two guys who have come from Wisconsin and Ohio State. Mertz actually was the starter at one point. Miller never got on the field at Ohio State. They did not look fantastic last night. But part of the problem for me is the offensive line. The protection looked horrible last night in that spring game. And you can't play good quarterback without a clean pocket, usually.
Yeah, I saw Lane Kiffin even trolling. I don't know if you saw that. But,
I missed that, yeah.
No, Lane tweeted out a screenshot with 8:59 to go in the fourth quarter, and it's 7-7, and all he had was fire emoji at Florida football.
Yeah.
So even a sitting SEC coach was trolling Florida and their lack of offense in that game. It is alarming. I mean, it's alarming if I'm a Florida fan. I know it's just, I think they call it the Orange and Blue Review, which is a great name, by the way, for a spring game.
Usually comes with a big concert on Friday night back in the day.
Yeah.
I think they had Robin Williams one time, Rockstar, do a comedy show inside Florida Field. This would have been back in the 80s, maybe. early 90s.
His comedy, just watching his stand-up, it's like it's just all stream of thought, and it's like he gets distracted by a squirrel, but then he can make a 10-minute bit about a squirrel.
So can you imagine him with 30,000 fans in a football stadium?
That's insane, especially in the 80s when he was really coked up.
Yeah, I bet it was super entertaining. Yeah, and I would imagine in Gainesville he had access to cocaine.
My buddy Doug Bell, who longtime Birmingham sportscaster, works with the PGA Tour now and does a lot of radio and TV for them, and with CBS Sports. He's a Florida grad, and he, was the first guy I worked with right out of college. And he used to tell me what a fun weekend the Orange and Blue Review was. I guess on the flip side of it, though, Brown, is if the offense struggled to protect the quarterback, if the quarterbacks look bad, and if you got 7 fire emojis coming from Lane Kiffin, a rival coach, you could say maybe the defense is that good. Austin Armstrong's the defensive coordinator, the guy that hung around there at Florida. People wanted Austin Armstrong to be elsewhere. Very popular DC, and maybe they have a lot of talent on the defensive side there in Florida.
Heck, Alabama hired him, Jim. That's how
they liked him so much they hired him.
Yeah, I think this is the problem with being a fan of a team and watching a spring game is you're going to almost always come away worried about something, right? You just hope it's not injury. That's the one thing you don't want to come away worried about, but you're almost always going to come away worried about your offense or your defense, because if your offense shows out, you're worried about your defense. If your defense shows out, you're worried about your offense. You would love a little balance, and that's not what you got last night. You just didn't get balance. You had the defense dominating on both sides, and I think Florida fans, especially based on last year, come away a little bit worried about their offense. And it may not be warranted at all. You're right. Austin Armstrong might have gone in there, waved a magic wand, and has fixed all Florida's defensive issues. And it may just be that, hey, quarterbacks are a little bit behind right now. These are new guys. They're just a little bit behind. It could be a lot of things. But you're always going to come away worried about something.
I will tell you, it's going to be hard to change the landscape of Florida quarterbacks for one season when you have a 5-star guy coming in next year. DJ Lagway is coming in. He's a 5-star commitment for Florida who will be on campus in January after the season. So any short-term fix they do, which I think is what they hope Graham Mertz and Jack Miller was, the 5-star cavalry is on the way. In fact, Florida last night, you talk about changing landscapes. They got a 5-star safety. I'm gonna say Xavier Filsaime.
All right.
Filsaime. He is the number 32 overall player for the upcoming recruiting class. He picked Florida over Georgia, which is a big deal if you're a Gator fan. So they did get a little good news last night. But all in all, not an impressive night of spring football there for the Florida Gators.
Can I make a bigger observation, though? It involves Florida, but a little bit away from Florida.
Yes.
Does this not show you what we just did for 6 minutes of this show, the first 6 minutes of the show? Does this not show you why some coaches might not be entirely in favor of an actual competitive spring game?
So if Florida had lost last night to USF in a spring game 13-7,
right,
or 21-13 if they'd lost to FIU, that would be bad for Billy Napier.
Well, I'm just
today.
saying. You had a current SEC coach trolling on Twitter, a quote unquote rival, over an inter-squad game. Can you imagine the reaction, and not just from Lane Kiffin, but from anyone, if Florida had played South Florida and had lost, or had played Gus and UCF and lost, or had played anybody and lost, or even one close? If John Summerall is in favor of these, if Napier had called Summerall, he'd have been there in a heartbeat, right?
Right.
And let's say Troy goes in there and it is a low-scoring game and they lose 14-10. Troy does. People would be panicking today. And I think that shows you, when we ask, well, what's the drawback of these competitive spring games? I think what we just did for 6 minutes on this show shows you one of the potential drawbacks is coaches like Billy Napier probably don't want that type of spotlight on them.
Evan over in the chat room before Brown tells us about our friends at Manscaped. Evan says, I don't put a whole lot of stock in spring games. I think they're more for the fans. There is some alumni for that. I would ask this question, our Bud Light poll question of the day, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Taylor will send this out on social media. Would you prefer we just get rid of public spring games, just have another intensive private practice so you can get one more real work practice in. Just do away with spring games altogether. Would you be in favor of that? That's a poll question that's going out at Next Round Live on our social media platforms. Remember to like and subscribe, give us thumbs ups and all those wherever you get us, and especially on the audio platforms. Welcome back to all you audio only folks today who's listening to us on the Next Round app, TuneIn Radio, iHeart, and wherever you get your podcasts. We apologize being only video the last 2 days, but that's how the circumstances here in our home at the Blue Lake Center dictated with that major power issue. Manscaped will control the power of your undercarriage and above when it comes to that overgrowth.
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 Set it up, Jimmy. I used the beard hedger today. I like talking about Manscaped on Friday because I come in freshly shaven.
That's right. Friday's a clean day.
Friday is a clean day, freshly shaven with the old beard hedger there at Manscaped. I've got it at my house. I love using it because I like to keep the beard freshly trimmed right there. And what they've got is they've got that dial system where I can just dial it up if I want a 3, which is what I do most of my beard on, or a 2, which is what I do the chin and the areas around the mouth on. All I got to do is change that dial, right? The old one I used, you had to take the 3 off, put the 2 on, take the 2 off, put the 3 back on. If it pops off that easily when I want it to, it can when I don't want it to. Now I got a gapped beard and it just looks awful. You don't get that with the beard hedger at manscaped.com. Also, don't forget their beard shampoo and conditioner, the beard oil, the beard balm. The lawnmower, as Jim mentioned, what is it, overgrowth down low, Rockstar? Overgrowth of the undercarriage.
Yeah, gotta get that.
What do we call it? The bush hog?
The overgrowth. It is called the lawnmower, Jim. It is called the lawnmower. You can get that. Why would you wash the paint job on your car with the same sponge you wash the undercarriage with? You would not. Don't shave your face with the same thing you shave your undercarriage with. Also, the Weed Whacker takes care of the ears and nose. The new 2.0 is out. It is terrific. I used it this week to make sure I don't have that overgrowth out of my hair, out of my nose, out of my ears, and look like an old man that's just given up in life, right? I don't have that because I use Manscaped. Right now, go to manscaped.com. And any order with code TNR, we are going to save you 20% on your first order, 20%, and we're going to pay the shipping. Code TNR at manscaped.com. I clapped for emphasis.
Yeah, but for emphasis, but not to put us
do
in
it.
our place.
I'll do it later.
Brownie is ready to roll here to talk a little baseball, but we may not get to it here in this first segment.
I am so fired up.
Even though I'm uncomfortable wearing the last raised piece of clothing I could find, because this was 177 pound, Jim, when I bought this. Really stretched out in the collar. Hate this shirt, but God, the team keeps winning. But we're not going to talk about it here in the first
I
segment.
hate this shirt, but I can't be a martyr if I don't wear a shirt I hate.
Got a little overgrowth of skin.
Alabama, by the way, picking up a football commitment for 2025 yesterday. 4-star offensive lineman Dontrell Glover picks Alabama. He's from the state of Georgia. Picks Alabama over Georgia, LSU, and Miami. Eric Wolford, the Alabama offensive line coach, who came from Kentucky and started to transform that offensive line last year, I think will be a star with Alabama fans by the end of the year. Okay. Not only is he killing it in recruiting, which is a big plus in Nick Saban's eyes, the transformation he has done on the offensive line has been the talk of spring in Tuscaloosa. The people I talk to tell me the difference in the scheming and the physicality of Alabama's offensive line will be noticeably different this year compared to last year, now that Wolford has had time to move the furniture around a little bit.
I would say Najee Harris at running back. Now, not that obviously the offensive line was the key here, but I just want to set the moment in time. When Najee Harris was the running back, was probably the last time Alabama fans felt really, really confident that if it's 4th and 1, 4th and 2, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, it's 3rd and goal, it's 4th and goal, from the 1 or 2, you can run it with confidence. I think Najee Harris was just about the last time Alabama fans felt that way. Now, that hasn't been that long ago, but even then, it was starting to get less and less about that.
So Glover is a 4-star offensive lineman commitment for 2025. Now, that's not the upcoming recruiting class. Right. That's the one after that. You got to hold on to these guys for a long, long time. But Nick Saban is still selling deep into the future as a guy at 71 years of age. Also part of that class is a 4-star offensive lineman, Mason Short. So 2 4-star old linemen in the future coming to Alabama, and a 5-star wide receiver in Ryan Williams. All the key ingredients there. Eric Wolford, big part of recruiting for those guys. So that's Alabama football. We'll jump into the other spring games and everything coming up as we move throughout the day. Little Auburn, Alabama baseball tonight in Tuscaloosa. 6 o'clock tonight and tomorrow night, 1 o'clock on Sunday for that. And, of course, we'll talk USFL in a bit. But big basketball news for Alabama. You know, Nate Oates is having to replace his whole staff, and neither one of these hires are technically official yet. But our buddy at Tide Hoop News, who does a wonderful job on Twitter of doing everything with Alabama basketball, makes it sound like both of these guys already are winking a nod away from it being official. Austin Claunch, who we told you about earlier this week, and now the latest guy, the X's and O's guy, is Ryan Pannone, who some of you guys may have followed through the G League, where he's been a coach. He's 38 years old, most recently with the Birmingham Squadron, has ties to the New Orleans Pelicans in the NBA, and is really known as a good X's and O's guy.
Yeah, you say, and this is a guy like, coming from the NBA, I think in recruiting, you can go out and sell, hey, look, you want to play in the NBA, right?
That's right.
Here's a guy, one of our assistants.
Do. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I know, you got no shot. One of our assistants just came from the Pelicans. I mean, you can learn from him. He's going to groom you into what he knows works in the NBA. I think that's something you can sell in recruiting. So, I don't know this guy. I think this guy is pretty well thought of defensively. So, Charlie Henry was a guy that kind of set Alabama's basketball defense.
Pannone seems to be the guy that would be replacing Charlie when it comes to the X's and O's in defense.
Yep.
Claunch, to me, is the guy that's replacing Hodge.
Probably so.
And now they have to go get a Petway. They got to get somebody that can recruit their ass off.
Yeah, that may be the toughest one. Yeah. I mean, this guy, he killed it in recruiting. So I'm with you. I think both these have been a wink and a nod. Most of the time, it's just you're waiting on some sort of approval from the Board of Trustees, that wink and nod. And, in a Pannone's case, you got to wait for the Pelican season to end, right?
And that did.
I know. It's always ending too early for the Pelicans. So now he's free to negotiate, as we like to say on the show. So I would imagine that one happens pretty quickly.
All right. One more thing in the college football and basketball world that is pretty significant after Brownie tells us about our friends at NASCAR returning to Talladega later this month.
Yeah, man, I cannot wait. In fact, not just later this month. It is next week. It's coming up Friday with the big one on the Boulevard, biggest party you'll find anywhere, the big one on the Boulevard. There at Talladega Super Speedway, doubleheader of racing on Saturday, and Cole Swindell in concert. That is all Saturday. And then Sunday is the Geico 500. You can enhance your race weekend by adding the Garage Experience, the most immersive in NASCAR, presented by Cool Ray. See more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Reserve your spot there. And also call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That is 877-GO-TO-DEGA for the Geico 500 weekend at the Talladega Superspeedway.
All right, big change by the NCAA. If you're not familiar, official visits are the only visits that the school can pay. It pays for everything, right? Your travel, it pays for lodging, food for you and your family on the official visit there. You can make the trip to a school. It used to be limited to 5 of those, 5 official visits. So you had to choose basically your top 5, and then you would, let them pay the bill. And anytime else you would go back to visit the school or any other schools, those were unofficial visits. And you had to pay the tab for you and your family. So that could limit some people on travel. That changed yesterday. The NCAA passed a rule starting July 1st that a student athlete can take as many official visits as they want to as many schools, like one official visit.
I'm still limited to 1 to Alabama, 1 to Auburn, 1 to Tennessee.
One to each school, but to as many schools as they want to go to. So the school one time can pay for your visit to campus and everything that goes with it for that weekend. But after that, you have to do it your own if you go back to Alabama or Auburn.
Yeah,
I mean, other than that, now you can go to, if 131 people will pay for your visits, you can visit every school in Division I football if you want to, and let them pay for it one time.
This is another one of those rules where you look back on it and you're like, why did we have that rule?
Yeah, why did we limit that?
Yeah, why would that even be limited? Why would you not want if I'll use Arch Manning, just everybody knows that name. If Arch Manning really wanted to shop around, why do you limit him to 5? Why would he not be allowed to go see anybody he wanted to see?
We used to be drunk on rules, I think.
I think we did. I mean, we used to not let freshmen play. And you look back on that and you're like, why would you not let freshmen play football? That really doesn't make any sense. I mean, they literally had freshman games, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
Yeah,
in
back in
fact,
the
I
day.
saw Alabama play Georgia Military one time.
In a freshman game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you look back on some of these rules and you're like, these rules really make no sense when I try to figure out why we have them. And that's one of them. Why are you limited to 5? It seemed like an arbitrary number at the time, but it's always been the rule since I've been following recruiting, and I applaud the NCAA for opening up. I don't see what it could hurt. I mean, I always default back to this. Like, I don't know what your experience was with Carter and Harper. But if Anna Kate had come to me and said, Dad, I really want to go visit this campus, we would go. Would we limit ourselves to 5? Would I say, Anna Kate, you just got to pick 5 now? So if the normal student, and by the way, that's me paying the bill, right?
Right.
That's me paying the travel. That's me paying the hotel. That's me buying all the food. So if we're not going to limit the regular student, nobody goes to a regular student and says, you can only visit 5 campuses, make them count. Why do we do that to athletes then?
I've always wondered that.
It's so weird when we make rules that make it harder for the athlete than the normal student.
Mr. B says, Hawaii, here I come. There are some limitations on what you can do with Hawaii. They try to save themselves some money. Rusty is asking, is Jace McClellan already hurt in Tuscaloosa? As Michael talks about the future of Alabama running backs over there. He's excited about camp continuing for Alabama, another big scrimmage coming up in college football. Volfan 205 says the official visit rule, high school coaches are going to hate this. I've seen in the past, I don't know if this is what he's talking about, I've seen a couple of guys who've actually missed a high school game to do an official visit.
It's unfortunate, and you would think the school would try to, not the school being the college, not the high school, would try to limit that because they got to go back to that school and recruit. And if I'm Billy Napier and I'm going to Escambia County High School and I'm trying to recruit Coach Jim Dunaway's kids, and Coach Jim Dunaway says, look, Billy, I'm happy to encourage my kids to go to your place, but, I've had 2 that missed an important game for me to come see you.
That's right. And for our other players.
Yeah.
Worry about team first.
That's right. So, I mean, you would think the colleges would discourage anybody having to miss an actual game. But, I guess in theory, every weekend, like I got some friends that are high school football coaches, and they'll frequently make the official visit with their player or at least go to the game with their player. And it can be every weekend, that guy's having to go somewhere. So I guess if I'm a hotshot high school football player, potentially every Saturday I could be in a. Do you know how much fun that would be?
It would be a blast.
Wouldn't you do that? Like if you were Arch Manning or to that level, and week 1, here's what I would do. I would just take the national schedule.
That's right. Go to the best games in the
country. I'm going to say, well, we're Florida, Utah week 1. I may be considering the Utes. Week 2, I'm looking at Alabama. We're going to go Alabama, Texas.
I'm a Texas. I'm leaning Texas, too.
That's right. We are going to go see them all. I'm going to have the best schedule in America if I'm a hot recruit.
Here's what's coming up on the show before I tell you about our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Other than Richard Cross, our first guest at 10, and you guys were toasting Lane Kiffin over there about his tweet last night about the Florida spring game. We'll talk to Richard Cross about the state of the program of Lane Kiffin's program in Oxford coming up at the top of the hour. But later this hour, you ever wonder, Rockstar, about those best if used by, sell by, or used by dates on your food and such like that?
Yeah, it's like best if you sell by April 13th.
Yeah.
Best if by April 16th.
Yeah, best if used, sell by, or used by. Got some information about that. Do we all just assume that comes from the USDA? It doesn't. I'll tell you who it comes from.
Oh,
later
tonight at 11.
Then we're going to talk about mosquitoes.
Information you must hear before this hour is over.
Next
later on.
round on your
Something
side.
you're doing right now could be killing you. More at 10.
Story at 10. A special series in May coming up.
Right. It happens to be sweeps, so we're not going to tell you right now.
But our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg Nelson, we had some storms yesterday here in our viewing area, and hopefully you all missed some severe roof damage. But if you had some, tree through it, maybe parts of the roof blew off, Greg Nelson can take care of that, Storm Restoration Roofing, and he can be out there today, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. That's his cell number. He's up early today, and he is out working already. You can give him a call, and he will return that call and get you on the docket with Storm Restoration Roofing. He'll also do a free no-cost roof inspection with no obligation to check and see if you had any shingles that were loose, any bent shingles or any of that. This guy's a trustworthy guy. We've known him for years. Locally owned for over 20 years is Storm Restoration Roofing. It's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. That's going to help you. His relationship with insurance guys is going to help you when it's time to file for a new roof or roof replacement there. It is Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531 for Storm Restoration Roofing. When we come back, all right, we'll talk about the Tampa Bay Rays.
Oh,
if you
wait
guys
a minute.
want to.
Did they play
You
last
don't
night?
have to,
Yeah,
man. Like
yeah.
it's something I want, but you don't have to do it. I don't want it. It's Friday. We shouldn't have to.
I like that
force
you
it.
think you couldn't have recycled a shirt in us. We would even know. You could have worn a gimp suit yesterday, and I wouldn't remember it.
John says, that's 2 days in a row now, Forrester, and you've gone too quick to the gimp suit. I hate that you even guys know what that is.
Never do too quick to gimp.
Yeah,
You don't want to get the gimp suit.
I mean, I had to look that up to find out what it is, and I wonder what you guys' search engine look like. John says, love the R of your Rays shirt. Me too. Should be our hat, in fact.
Jumped out.
When we come back, we'll talk Tampa Bay Rays, Atlanta Braves, and other headlines in sports, big night in basketball, and then all those spring games. It's all straight ahead right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately. 205-637-0143.
Some of you guys will know the name Haley and Hannah Cavender. They are the twins who I think started at Stanford and were officially, I think, the trivia question, the first college athletes to sign the official NIL deals, the first ones. And I think it was with Barstool.
I think you're right on all of that.
Yeah.
Stanford is the part of that I am shakiest on.
Yeah, but I
they
think
came
they were
from the West Coast somewhere.
Stanford and came to Miami.
Right.
To play women's
Fresno
basketball.
State, I'm being told.
Fresno State.
Yeah, that's why I said I was shaky. Yep.
Okay, so it was Fresno State, and they came to Miami. But they have millions of followers on all their social media. They have a fifth-year option, but they are bypassing their fifth year to go ahead and take their millions of followers and their millions of dollars and not continue to do the NIL. They are moving, though, to another sport. Where do you think they're headed, Brownie?
I am going to go extremely stereotypical here and say beach volleyball.
Oh, beach volleyball would be good. I don't know.
They like to run around in bikinis a lot, from what I'm told.
They do.
I will go curling.
Curling.
You don't wear a whole lot of bikinis when you curl.
Too many clothes in
Yeah.
curling for these women who have made a living now on social media NIL. They are part of the WWE plan of what's next generation. They have signed with the WWE.
Lunsford can jump in here because he watches more of that than anyone on the show, I think. But they seem a little slight of build to be in WWE to me, Lunsford. I haven't inspected their bodies personally.
They were guards.
I mean, they're not like Ronda Rousey coming into WWE kind of build, but
Yeah.
I mean, you look at a lot of the girls in WWE. I'm trying to think of a PC way to say a lot of these things.
No,
but,
don't be PC. Just say it. Say it.
There's just a lot of different builds to go for a lot of different ways you want to build matches out. So I think they can find a place, especially because they have a following. Because look at Pat McAfee's doing WWE and obviously has a huge following.
Well,
Logan Paul's doing
but
it, has a huge following.
I don't watch much wrestling anymore, but the Miss Elizabeth role really doesn't exist anymore, right? They can't be they couldn't be two Miss Elizabeths for a hot. Why would you not do that anymore? That was huge back in the 80s.
Yeah, but they let them actual wrestle now because we didn't have a lot of female wrestling back then.
I know,
right?
but Miss Elizabeth was never going to wrestle. But
She had to watch Macho Man just get destroyed.
Yeah, why would you not, Lunsford, have any more Miss Elizabeths? I mean,
they have the occasional manager or partner or somebody that stands ringside, but now it's basically trying to get everybody in the ring and everybody involved, and especially from the women's division.
Here's my problem:
is their manager Jimmy Hart? Is
Mouth
he still
of the
around?
South. I mean, that's what I was going to say. Is the managers were Bobby the Brain Heenan, Mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart, Miss Elizabeth. I mean, they were as big as stars as the wrestlers were.
Here's my problem with their business decision, though, Lunsford, is if they are, they're making bank on their own social media platforms. To me, if you sign on with the WWE, I've always seen them. I've always felt like they are very grabby when it comes to your money, right?
Yeah, they're very restrictive.
Yeah,
they are, but I think Logan Paul has opened that up a little bit because he started that Prime sports drink or whatever that is everywhere, and every time Jake Paul fights, it's always there. But they did a whole thing at WrestleMania with that drink, and that shocked me. But that lets me kind of know they've opened things up a little bit.
So
too. If they come in with deals, WWE will take a bit of that and then say, y'all do whatever you want to.
So like if they're coming in with a certain amount of popularity, they build that into the contract, and if it continues to grow, that's where the WWE makes theirs.
Yeah. So,
see, if I'm them, my pitch would be, who's the biggest guy there now that wrestled the Paul guy? What's his name? In WrestleMania, and he pulled the Prime bottle up and
KSI.
No, the guy that wrestled in that match.
I don't even remember.
Scott something. Anyway, Rollins, Jeffrey Rollins, Jimmy Rollins, Seth Rollins,
Henry Rollins.
If I'm Seth Rollins, or if I'm one of those girls, I'm like, let me just be Seth Rollins' ring girl, right? And I'll wear a bikini, I'll wear a tight dress, I'll wear glitter, I'll wear whatever and heels, whatever you want me to wear. I'm just going to be the ring girl. That would be my pitch.
That's a little degrading, isn't it?
See, that doesn't exist anymore for that reason. They don't want to do that.
Man.
Stephanie McMahon made this whole push for, look, female wrestlers are going to be just like male wrestlers, and they completely got rid of that, and I don't think they're ever going back.
Precision Sports gets you back in the game, and then we'll jump into what the Rays have been doing. Their toughest opponent to date tonight on the road at Toronto.
Listen, man, spring is here. That means you're going to be getting outside more. There's a possibility you're going to get injured more. Maybe even the spring cleaning's got you hurting a little more than you'd like. Well, Precision Sports Medicine, they are rebuilding champions both on and off the field. 9 locations in the Birmingham Metro to get your life back on track, whatever that injury is that is slowing you down. At home, in the office, out in the yard, on the field, they rebuild champions on and off the field. Make that appointment today, 855-219-6200, 855-219-6200, are precisionsportsortho.com.
You know, very quietly, the Atlanta Braves, not quietly to you guys, a lot of Braves fans watch us, have the second best record in baseball, 9-4, and they are 2 games ahead of the Mets. They start a series tonight in Kansas City. And Kansas City is one of those stadiums that is old, and I know it's been remodeled a couple of times, but there's something about the fountains. When I see games at Kansas City early on, the sun setting, those fountains are going on in the outfield. Still a good look to me.
Yeah, it just seems like it's a boring stadium, though. I mean, I'm with you.
It has a fountain. I was just describing water fountains shooting everywhere. It's not that boring to me. It has fountains, Brown.
I mean, fountains don't really excite me all that much.
You never stop at the Bellagio and watch the fountain show in Vegas?
Well, I mean, that's a bit different.
Not really.
The Galleria water show?
Spraying water everywhere. When I was a kid, I did like the Galleria one.
Then they took it over with a carousel.
Yeah, put a carousel in the middle. Do you remember, like, for a minute, the carousel would only be there at Christmas, and then it would go back to the water show? That seemed like a lot of work right there.
That's why they stopped doing it.
Yeah, that's why they're probably like, it's not worth the effort for the water show. That just seems like a boring, and it like faces the interstate. It seems like it's out in the middle of nowhere, and the fountain's the best part of it.
Yeah. Kansas City's thoughts there from Brown. Atlanta and Kansas City tonight at 7:00. Meanwhile, Tampa Bay's 13-0, tying the record of the 82 Braves and the 87 Brewers. It was fun seeing on SportsCenter last night old clips of the 82 Braves. When they tied the record, they had the white home jerseys and pants on, which I don't think they used that a whole lot. I mean, I don't know if that was the 82 season only or what, but if you go back and watch any of the SportsCenter replays or go back and see any of the 82, a white Braves jersey with Braves and red and white and blue all over the place.
Was it the lowercase a or the script a? Do you remember?
It was the script Braves
Script
across.
Braves, yeah.
It was a uniform I have not seen a ton of.
Right.
In Atlanta Braves lore. But it was part of that 82 Braves team. It was 13-0. Tampa Bay 13-0. What do we say about great coaches and great teams here on the show?
Good coaches win, Jim. Great coaches cover.
The Tampa Bay Rays are 12-1 against the spread in their 13-0 start. They rally yesterday to beat Boston. Another sweep of the Red Sox. Sorry to all the Red Sox fans in the chat room over there. Just a couple of points about this 13-0 streak. Their schedule has been very weak. I don't think you could have picked 4 better teams to start 13-0 than Detroit, Washington, Oakland, and Boston. Four of the 5 worst teams in baseball, I think.
Right, okay.
So you couldn't do any better than that. But they have been impressive. Last year in April, they led Major League Baseball with 28 home runs in April. That was Tampa Bay last year.
Yeah, now they're mashing it right now, right?
32 already.
Yeah.
The best part of that, 32 home runs. They've only allowed 6 home runs.
That's pretty impressive.
Well.
Yeah. So you guys basically playing gorilla ball, like the old LSU gorilla ball is what you're playing.
Closest team to the 32 home runs for Tampa Bay, the Dodgers with 24, San Francisco with 21, and the Orioles and Yankees with 20.
Rusty says Tampa Bay has played Georgia's schedule.
That's right. That's right. But this is where Brown says we were supposed to play the Yankees.
I'm not going to do it every time.
We were supposed to play the Yankees, but
right.
the SEC stepped in. And they have a low strikeout rate, too. And I was telling you about this. With no shifts, they've just basically put the ball in play a lot, the old punch and Judy. They don't strike out a lot. So with no shifts, they're just getting it on that turf and it's rolling out there. My favorite part, though, is the pitching staff. When Tampa Bay wins, they have great pitching. The average pitch thrown by a Tampa Bay pitcher so far in this 13-0 streak, according to The Athletic, 95.0 miles per hour. So they're heating it up.
Heat.
Yeah.
So I don't even really know who.
Only one team faster. That's the Rangers, 95.1.
Yeah. So who are your stud starters? Who are your top 3 starters?
Right now,
Rasmussen.
Yeah, he's in there.
He goes tonight. He's favored tonight.
Springer was good. He got hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
It's been really, really good. We did a bullpen start yesterday because our starter got hurt in the first inning with a nerve problem. We don't have Glasnow out there yet. He's sort of been hurt, but he's supposed to be the stud. Fairbanks at the end, you really good bullpen guys. So
who's mashing it for you in the lineup?
Well, Franco's the stud.
Yeah.
But Rosarena has been off to a fast start. Usually he saves that for the postseason. But I think they have 3 guys with 4 home runs and 3 others with 3.
No, Brandon Lowe's got 5. I'm looking at it right here.
Brandon Lowe's got 5.
He's got 5. Your first baseman.
Wow, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brandon Lau. I apologize. Rockstar, please, can we edit that part out? I disrespected the Rays. Your Your first baseman, that's a cool name. Yandy. I've never seen anybody named Yandy.
Yandy Diaz.
He's got 4, and then, as you mentioned, Wander Franco has 4. Rosarina's got 3.
Problem with Franco is he's so exciting. He played 83 games last year out of 162.
Yeah.
But as I will tell you that, and Braves fans will tell you this, and I mean, the year the Braves won the World Series, how good were the Braves at one point were pretty bad during the course of that season, right? And then they got hot at the end.
Yeah, they were just so-so, yeah. And then
ended
they
up
got
winning
hot
it all.
after the All-Star break, yeah.
People will tell you all the time, regular season doesn't matter, just get in the playoffs. 116 wins is the record. Seattle did that in 2001, and what did they not do?
They didn't make it out of the division, right?
Yeah, they did not win the World Series.
They didn't
in fact,
win the World
they didn't
Series.
get there.
I don't think they got to the ALCS.
So that's baseball tonight. Atlanta and Kansas City at 7. Tampa Bay's in Toronto at 6 o'clock tonight. As we said, Auburn and Alabama baseball over in Tuscaloosa Friday, Saturday, 6 o'clock, Sunday, 1 o'clock. Couple of softball outings this weekend. Auburn hosting a top 25 weekend series with LSU, number 13 LSU at number 21 Auburn, number 14 Alabama on the road in Starkville to play Mississippi State. I'll be down at Montevallo tonight.
You throwing out the first pitch?
The nationally ranked Montevallo baseball team. No, we're setting up. Bob Elliott and I. Bob's a big Mississippi State guy who I've gone to state games with, and we've been out in the left field lounge and grilled.
Okay.
We have gotten permission from the AD at Montevallo. We're having a left field lounge grill out tonight.
You think you'll be able to tell the difference between Starkville and Montevallo?
We may be the only grill there.
Okay.
Yeah, but my fear is,
Is it hibachi?
Jimmy's worried about everything.
Here comes the tree.
My fear is that we're going to fire up that grill and the smoke's going to be blowing onto the playing surface.
I think that just adds to it.
You think so?
Yeah, and don't forget, like the opposing team at Mississippi State, don't they come by and get food afterwards? So you're going to have to grill a lot.
We'll have to grill a lot and give it to whoever's, Dallas Baptist, whoever's in town tonight.
Oh, y'all get killed by Dallas Baptist.
Gutter Cap bringing you part of the show today. Again, we told you about all the rain. If you've seen a waterfall outside your house, that means you've got a gutter issue. You need to call our friend C. Stu.
And stay off that dangerous ladder. Listen, they're going to come out and put on that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters, keeps out debris, and it eliminates gutter cleaning. Basically, C. Stu and his crew, they come out, they clean it one last time for you. They cap those gutters, and you never have to get on that dangerous ladder again. Don't risk your life on some dangerous, crazy ladder. Stay off it and call C-Stu at Gutter Cap. 823-2212. 823-2212. Cap those gutters. Cap it. Don't snap it with Gutter Cap.
All right, a big USFL weekend. We'll talk about that as we move throughout the show. Richard Cross coming up at the top of the hour. Did want to get one more note in here from the basketball world. ESPN yesterday changed their mock draft for the first time in a long time. And up to number 2 is former Alabama star Brandon Miller. He's now the number 2 projected overall player. Nobody's going to take over Victor Wembanyama as number 1. That's the 7+ foot guy that can run the floor and dribble and has outside shot and can do it all. But Brandon did pass Scoot Henderson to be number 2 in the mock for the NBA draft coming up. So number 2 for Brandon Miller, which I think would tie Antonio McDyess as the highest drafted Alabama player of all time if he goes number 2 overall.
It would be interesting.
Do you expect him to have a good NBA career?
I mean, how do you know? I mean, I thought Zion Williamson would, and he stayed hurt the whole time. Miller has not been injury prone, but I don't think Zion was at Duke, was he? He had that shoe blowout that I think banged him up a little bit. If I remember, that was the only one. So, I mean, it's really hard to know. I mean, he's got all the tools, yes, but it is just so hard to project that type of thing and the type of team he goes to. Being drafted there, it's probably going to be a bad team.
Yeah, but like
some team that's in the lottery.
Jabari, who he gets compared a lot to, just because of their star power for 1 year, Jabari at Auburn. He went to Houston, a team that's on the rebuild, but still put up tremendous numbers.
Yeah, but a franchise has got a good history in Houston. So, you look at that and you're like, they're probably not going to be down low. Like San Antonio is going to be drafted very low. I got faith in that Spurs franchise. I mean, that's historically, with or without Popovich, been a pretty good franchise. So, if you get in the right franchise, absolutely. I think it would be interesting if he could jump to 1, because I was thinking that as you were talking about, he's not going to go to 1 because nobody's going to pass on this Victor Wembanyama guy. I wonder, because Bryce Young is the odds-on favorite to be 1 now in Vegas, I wonder how many schools have had the number 1 in basketball and football the same season in the same draft year.
Well, that'd be hard to think.
Yeah, I mean,
ever,
I can't imagine it happening. Now, it's not going to happen because Miller's not going to jump to 1. But I just wonder if it has ever happened and when was the last time it did.
Yeah, you could say the first college player drafted in both the NFL and
yeah, I mean
that's a
I bet
recruiting
you,
thing.
Yeah, I bet you that's never even. I mean, I'm not going to say it's never happened. That's strong, but boy, I do not remember it.
Play-in games in tonight. Chicago and Miami, 6 o'clock on TNT. Oklahoma City, Minnesota, 8:30 on ESPN. And then Saturday, a full slate of NBA games. And Sunday, the other series start as the playoffs are now officially set. So we've updated you on just about everything. When we come back, we'll answer an age-old question. My wife and I argue about this all the time. Do you ever throw your ketchup away, or does the ketchup eventually run out before you change it in the refrigerator? We'll talk about it when we come back.
We argue about this all the time.
We do. Do you guys not have this argument at your house?
I don't know that I've ever had this argument.
Because I'm a born-on date, a use-by-date kind of guy, okay?
Okay.
Hemp Hill Services give you the lock every day. If you've got something that's not running right, flowing right, or flushing right, you got to use our friends at Hemp Hill. They're the names we trust, and there's a reason why we trust it. They fix it right, they fix it the first time, and they do it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. It's our friends at Hemp Hill. Just remember the name Hemp Hill for all your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, and right now they'll come out with a great price and check out your air conditioning system before the heat starts rolling in. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
I encourage you to go check out Taylor Korn our social media director's Twitter account and Instagram. You can follow her like you can all of the show on our social media platforms. We always want you to follow our show accounts, but our individual accounts too. And you can go follow Taylor Korn there and keep up with what's going on in her life and some of her thoughts specifically about Auburn sports. But yesterday, she showed some great steaks that had come off the grill at her house, thanks to our friends at New York Butcher Shop. You can get by there and experience what Taylor experienced last night. It was great steaks from New York Butcher Shop.
Boy, those look good. Now, she admitted she did not grill them, but they looked fantastic. New York Butcher Shop, couple great locations in Birmingham out of the Greystone area on 119 and also in Cahaba Heights. We get all our steaks from there. The steak bed is paid off from there. The Duroc pork chops are phenomenal. They got great sides as well, everything from the Wagyu to prime. Right there in New York Butcher Shop, rare done quality. No, wait a minute. Well done quality, rare service.
It's good, dude. Rare quality is good too.
Yeah, it is true.
And well done service is good too.
Well done service is good too, yeah. So all that at New York Butcher Shop.
Yeah, New York Butcher, great place, and that's where we pay off our steak bets. I'm 10 up right now. LT returns to the show on Monday. Rockstar, this comes from a consensus of health food specialists, people specialize in not only eating healthy, but in food industries, protecting the food, the quality of food and such. Katie Couric's blog is the one I got this from 2 days ago.
Get the mosquitoes from Katie Couric.
Katie is helping the show.
Katie,
best if used by, sell by, used by does not. I always thought it came from like the USDA or some kind of Food and Drug Administration. Right? Did y'all think that too?
Yes.
That it came from some government organization or sort of guidelines?
If I had thought about it, I've never really thought about it, but if I had, I would have thought, yeah, that is. Yeah.
That crap's just put on there by the manufacturers. It's a manufacturer's discretion on the dates they want to. Basically, they put that on there mostly for the quality of their product, that those dates are used for the quality of their products.
Mm-hmm.
Best if used by. Sell by is that they want it to be sold by, and then what they consider to be inside the home at a certain time that is still good quality.
Average
and used
lifespan.
by. Yeah, used by is the one that you really got to watch by. It can be some issues.
So let's say you bought a gallon of milk. I know everybody does almond milk where it's like for like 4 months, but if you buy a gallon of milk and it's used by April 8th.
I was going to ask
how
this
many
question.
days are you going?
April 8th for me. I do not do the 9th.
No.
You don't smell test?
No, but what's the first thing you do? That's what I was going to say.
Depends on how hungry I am.
You
Curdle?
twist the cap and you go, what are you smelling for? Like milk?
Just rotten?
Yeah, but milk in its normal state doesn't smell great to me.
Well, bad milk smells worse than normal milk, so I can say that.
But I love the fact that you think April 8th, it's going to be just fine. April 9th, heck no, and not touching that stuff. Like when the clock struck midnight, the milk
it just curdles.
Yeah, the milk goes, I'm done.
Cans that you buy, and they are built to last 12 months past their use by dates are still good.
Like SpaghettiOs, that kind of can?
Yeah, don't go past 12 months. Yeah.
Okay.
Mayonnaise, once it's open. How long do you roll in your refrigerator?
I think mayonnaise outlasts nuclear disaster.
2 to 3 months, they recommend.
Seriously?
Once it's open, 2 to 3 months. See, that's where Maggie and I get in arguments because I'll start looking at that stuff and I'm like, all right, 2 to 3 months since it's open. I mean, this stuff, we've had this a while. Time to toss and get new mayonnaise. She's like, Jim, that is still perfectly fine.
Oh.
Do not throw that away again. Ketchup, once you open it, do you ever throw it away until it's done?
No,
Do you
go
refrigerate
ketchup.
your ketchup or you put it back in the
No,
pantry?
I refrigerate it.
I refrigerate it once I open it.
The way my little one goes through ketchup at the house, we never get to this discussion, but I don't think you ever have to throw ketchup away. I think it lasts forever.
We do not use a lot of ketchup in the house, but 4 to 5 months they recommend once you open it.
Yeah, I don't think I
Disagree?
Well, I do disagree. I think I've tasted older than that.
Do
ketchup.
Grey Poupon. What about Grey Poupon?
You guys are in Maggie's camp. I am a tosser-outer.
Oh, I know.
When it
Because you
comes to
worry about everything.
Ketchup, mayonnaise. Well, the issue I've had this week, including on the golf course, you'd worry about born on dates too and used by dates.
Do you think your salad's been born yet that you ordered?
Our friends at Bromberg's brings you part of the show today. We'll talk Lane Kiffin in just a second.
Hasn't been born yet. It was the great line.
Bromberg's is the place that can get you that perfect diamond.
They can, Jim. Family owned and operated since 1836. They've established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds and jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's has an extensive giftware department for the brides, for the graduates, in the Birmingham area, go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mount Brook at the Summit, and always online, brombergs.com.
We'll talk to Richard Cross about the state of the program, but I need to give you a little backstory before Richard comes on at the top of the hour. Some things Lane has said this week. Here's Lane Kiffin getting asked about the Auburn job this week as spring starts to wind down in Oxford.
I know it's been a few months now, but it's kind of come up a couple times, especially I think today again, ESPN just talked about you and the Auburn job and that saga. Just kind of what about it is still maybe lingering on you, or your thoughts about that?
It's interesting you asked that on the first day I've seen John in a long time. Good to see you, John. So yeah, I did say obstacles the way in there, so I do find a way to turn everything positive. So I appreciate John for creating all that chaos that he created and with his false information, but that allowed us to work through it, and like I said in the article, help our collective. So really our fans and our collective should thank John for that.
Now, John is the reporter.
John Sokoloff. I wonder if he was smiling as much as Lane was there. I wonder if he took it lighthearted or because Lane, I think it's a little petty that he continues to bring this up, but he seemed to be joking there.
Well, he says false information, but again, John really closely tied to former Mississippi State's AD, who's now the AD at Auburn, where a lot of people felt like that information came from.
Right, that John Cohen was basically telling him, here's my guy.
That's right. And could have been a smokescreen for Hugh Freeze, or it could have been very much a part of the consideration for Cohen at Auburn to bring Lane Kiffin in. But that's what that guy was reporting. Lane continues to go back to that. And that is, that story popping back up this week is one of the things we're going to talk to Richard Cross about at the top of the hour. Just where is Ole Miss fans with Lane Kiffin? That'll be an interesting conversation in a second. He's got a football field problem, though, too. Here's Lane on Spencer Sanders, who some people think's been brought in from Oklahoma State to be the starter this year. Not last year's starter Jackson Dart, not the future 5-star quarterback from LSU and Walker Howard, but Spencer Sanders. Here's Lane Kiffin talking about the frustrations Spencer Sanders is facing.
With spring winding down, and it seems over the past week or so, Spencer's kind of ramped up in what he's doing or how far he's throwing in reps. Just where do you see him at this point, kind of from where y'all started to now with spring winding down?
Yeah, I think Spencer's had a very challenging spring because of the medical aspect, to come in and know this is okay. He has one window here. It's not like he's got, 3 years left or something. So I think that's frustrating for him, that he's been limited, and even we've held him basically one of the 3 days every week for the most part. So that's really frustrating when you come in and you're trying to learn things and get better, and also your teammates to see you. So he's done a good job. I just know it's been really frustrating for him.
Yeah, what do you make of frustrating? You knew when you're changing jobs it was going to be a little different.
Yeah, but to his point, this was not the only window where he could win the job. Sure, it's been frustrating for him. He's transferred. He probably, in his mind, thinks, I got to get out as quick as I can to make a good first impression because Jackson Dart is already there. Walker
and has already built chemistry with the team.
Right, and you got another guy that is transferred from the SEC, so they're familiar with him. I'm kind of the outsider. I probably feel like. So I've got to come in and make a quick first impression. I've not been able to do that. So I'm sure it is frustrating. But to Lane Kiffin's point, that job's going to be won in the fall and the summer, right? How these guys interact with their teammates in the summer, and then how they really play in fall camp. I don't think that job is going to be won in the spring.
And that's what Lane talks about here, Rockstar, with the expectations of Spencer Sanders and the quarterbacks as spring winds down.
Kind of going off Spencer's challenging spring health-wise, what are your expectations for him Saturday and I guess the rest of the quarterback room?
Just to play really well. Don't force things, make really good decisions, and whether you're a freshman or fifth-year player, it's always a challenge to play really well and not try too hard. I think that switching over to Jackson's a very good example. He's thrown one interception all spring. He's not forcing things, trying to win a job like he did a year ago, on every drive. And so he's performed much better because of that. And again, I believe with both of them, and I know everybody may not agree, that competition brings out the best. I don't care how you're wired, where you're from, whether you were the Gatorade player or any of that. Watch The Last Dance and watch Michael Jordan talk. Competition is critical for people's development.
And they've got that for sure.
Yeah, and I will say if Jackson Dart's only thrown one interception in competitive action all spring, that is a massive improvement for him.
Yep, and it's weird that you've got a packed quarterback room and he's not as pushing himself as much as he was last year when he was obviously the top dog. We'll talk more to Richard Cross about that. A-plus is the folks that got Brown's bathroom looking great. Do we have developing news on pictures?
I mean, my wife sent some photos. I haven't seen these. Lunsford says he's got them. There's your before and after. If you're watching us, the left photo, that looks like the 1980s.
He says both before.
There's your befores. What? It's all the way across the room.
Have you been to the bathroom yet?
I have. It's all the way across the room. I couldn't see what he was showing. I haven't seen these photos. My wife sent them. There's your before. It looks like the 1980s threw up in my bathroom. Can you give them the after there, Lunsford? Show them what A-plus did. Look at that shower.
Look at that shower right there.
Would
Just close your eyes.
Look at that shower.
Imagine Ryan Brown in that shower.
Look at that bathroom. It is gorgeous, man. My wife, Jennifer Brown, scoured the internet looking for someone that could update our bathroom. She found my guy, Brad Bell. A-plus Tile, home remodeling, AlabamaBathRemodels.com. I'm going to give you his number. From Huntsville to Mobile, from Anniston to Tuscaloosa, Brad can turn that tired old bathroom or kitchen or whatever into something that you really enjoy. 205-422-1758. That's Brad's number, 205-422-1758. Fire him a text. Let him know you heard it here on the next round. Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758. Richard Cross, talk some Rebs next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by the Talladega Super Speedway. Do not miss the Geico 500 weekend, Friday, April 21st through Sunday, April 23rd. Get your spot now and reserve a garage experience. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Rarely do I recommend the guests for the show, but I requested the next guy.
I don't like him at all.
Yeah, so we'll talk to Richard Cross in just a second after Brownie tells us about the open wheel racing, the Indy guys coming back to Barber Motorsports Park.
A new name, same great racing. Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. It is April 28th through the 30th at the Barber Motorsports Park. Paul Feinbaum, you ever heard of him, Dunaway?
I have.
He's going to be the Grand Marshal. Rockstar, how's he going to tell them to crank their engines? Rockstar, how's Feinbaum going to say, gentlemen, start your engines?
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Elio Castroneves, Scott Dixon, Marcus Erickson.
Paul, he hadn't raced nobody. All
Paul in the field. Don't miss the
We'll
Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix powered by M First. Tickets are limited and selling fast. Get yours today, IndyAlabama.com.
Remember that time Jim from Tuscaloosa almost won the Indy 500?
I do remember that. If you hadn't gotten hurt. Richard Cross is with us now. Sports Talk Mississippi. Follow Richard on Twitter at Richard Cross STM. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Richard? How are you?
Good morning, boys. This doing radio thing in the morning is a little bit different for me. I'm an afternoon guy, so getting up early for you today.
Wow, early. I mean, it's 10 o'clock,
I'm
Richard.
kidding.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Kids out the door. Everybody made it to school on time. Lunches, breakfast. It has been a successful morning.
Yeah. 10 o'clock. Is that 10 o'clock Mississippi time, too? I mean, what time zone are you guys in?
They're Central Time over there. They're Central Time.
I've been trying to get everyone to design our studio. I like your mic placement there. That's the way I want our mics, but be behind our head, right here. That'd be really good back there.
Display purposes only back there.
Richard Cross is with us now. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Lane Kiffin, then we'll talk about Ole Miss football. But for those that follow Lane, love him or hate him, and you know how out there he is on social media and such, what is his standing right now with Ole Miss fans? Because I'm just wondering, did he burn up any goodwill and popularity in last year's discussion with him about Auburn, and then how the Egg Bowl played out? Just where is Lane Kiffin's likability numbers right now with Ole Miss fans?
Did you guys see what he did on Twitter last night?
I did. We were talking about it earlier with the Florida spring game. Yeah.
Yeah, 8 minutes to go, fourth quarter of their spring game. It's tied at 7, and he just pops off a couple of fire emojis. Yeah, I mean, I think you'd be crazy to think that he didn't, let's call it, use up some capital, right? There was so much riding. They were off to a 7-0 start. The thing that you've got to remember is that Ole Miss has won 18 games in the last 2 seasons combined. But our memories aren't that long. We're focused on the way last season ended, and clearly there were distractions. How distracted was Lane Kiffin? I don't know. He seems to have the ability to compartmentalize things and tends to thrive with chaos around him. But it was absolutely distracting for the fans, and I think players have since admitted that it was kind of distracting for them as well. You know, the story that Alex Scarborough did at ESPN, you know, Lane kind of talked about the process he went through, that it was a more mature way of going through the process of looking at another job than maybe he'd done in the past. But fans don't want to hear that. And so Ole Miss has really made a commitment to Lane Kiffin financially, paying him $9 million a year. He has gotten basically everything that he has asked for in terms of staff and analysts. They had to buy Pete Golding out and then pay him a bunch of money to bring him in. And so Ole Miss has kind of given him the tools. And so I don't think it's crazy for the level of expectation to rise as well. Now, Lane might push back on that idea that, like, hey, it's still the same job that it was. We're just trying to kind of level the playing field. So that may be a long answer, Jim, for yes, he did burn up some capital, but at the same time, I'll go back to the short memory thing, win a few games, you know, pick up a couple more pieces in the transfer portal following the spring, and everybody will be excited in September.
Yeah, the flip side of that too, though, Richard, and this is anywhere. This is not just Ole Miss fans, but you don't pay a guy $9 million. I mean, the same thing's happening, what I'm about to say, in College Station. I pay a guy that kind of money. I expect to be in Atlanta. I expect to be in the college football playoff, and I know it's expanding. That's about to be a reality. I mean, there was 2 years ago that Ole Miss team, the 10-win team's in the playoffs if it's an expanded playoff, so he could have done that. But, I mean, that's my expectation now, right? If I'm an Ole Miss fan, if I'm going to pay that kind of money, that's kind of what I expect.
Well, and to push it just a touch farther than that, if we had the future 12-team playoff in the current college football playoff era, Ole Miss would have been in 3 times.
Yeah.
I mean, and so it's been shown that it can be done here. It's 2 under Hugh Freeze and 1 under Lane Kiffin as well. And so, yeah, when you're making that kind of commitment, you're saying 2 things. One, we want to contend and are willing to do what we think is necessary for that. And 2, we expect to contend. And now, I fully get that there are a lot of people that would look at that and go, yeah, but it's still Ole Miss. Well, that's true. But when Ole Miss has said, okay, we're going to commit, we're going to put into this what is necessary to succeed, to compete with Alabama, LSU, Texas A&M. Now, is it the same? Of course not. But the expectations aren't different from now. Okay, that's not fair. The expectations in Oxford are always going to be a little bit different than they are in Tuscaloosa, maybe different than they are in Baton Rouge because of the level of success. But at the same time, I mean, to go back to what you said, yeah, I mean, Ole Miss needs to be in the conversation for the college football playoff deep into the season. And that means not losing 4 out of the last 5 to finish a year.
Do you think the Ole Miss fans feel like, all right, so that was a one-off, the flirtation with Auburn, he's ours for a long time? Or do you feel like this could be something that happens almost every November now?
Well, it's happened the last 3 Novembers, so history is going to have to change if it's going to be different going forward. I mean, after his first season, what was 2020, the COVID year, maybe there wasn't a ton of talk, but his name floated around a little bit with some openings. Following his second year, his name floated around for the Miami job that Mario Cristobal got. His name, whether or not it was. I don't know who put it out there, but his name was associated with the LSU job when they ultimately hired Brian Kelly. And then last year, obviously, look, I know there are different people that say different things. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but the Auburn job was Lane Kiffin's if he wanted it. And he ultimately decided not to take that job, to stay put where he is. Now, I know John Cohen says that we got our guy. This was the number 1 choice all along. Of course, that's what he's going to say. But And the crazy thing about that is, so we talked some on our show this week and last week about why Lane Kiffin continues to publicly talk about the Auburn situation. And I think there are a couple of things. One, I think he wants to tell recruits, I turned down a division rival. And 2, there may be a little bit of kind of reminding Hugh Freeze that he was not the first choice. I don't know exactly what goes on in Lane Kiffin's mind, but I think those 2 things are part of the reason.
In all fairness, Richard, though, then he needs to say it that way because he keeps calling out this John guy.
John Sokoloff.
He keeps calling him out like he was putting out his words, misinformation. Then that tells me that John didn't get it right. I believe John when he put it out there that because of his ties in Sarkville and to Cohen, I believe that what John put out there was close to being 100% accurate, and then things changed. So if Lane really wants to sell recruits and sell me that that it was his job to turn down, he needs to back off John and say, actually John was really close to being right, and I just changed my mind. Now that would send a statement if Lane would say that, and I know he's got the balls to say it. He says a lot of things. I just wish you'd say it.
You should suggest that to him.
Yeah.
Dear Lane.
I would love to do it.
Yeah.
So on the field, I mean, it is a fascinating quarterback room there. How would you – and we just played a cut from Lane where he said Jackson Dart has thrown 1 interception all spring, which is an incredible improvement for him. How would you handicap this?
I think it's Jackson Dart's job, probably period. I certainly would say Jackson Dart's job to lose. He has had a good spring. He has been better in terms of decision-making. I think the thing that we have to remember was last year was his first year in the SEC, but he's a household name because he was at Southern Cal and he started games and had success there, and then he transfers out with the coaching change and all of those things. And so he was still a young quarterback last year. He had 20 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, ran it pretty well. But I think if the coaching staff is really being honest with you, they would tell you you can go back and kind of pick apart the film, and he missed a lot of things. And so, in terms of reads or, sticking to one receiver or whatever that happens to be. So he's gotten a little – I'm going to do the bigger, stronger, faster thing, right? He's gotten a little bigger. He's gotten a little stronger in the offseason. I don't know if he's any faster. Continuity at quarterback matters, though. But, yeah, you talk about the room, right? I mean, so Walker Howard is the quarterback of the future, or at least they believe he is. Highly decorated, lot of arm talent. His arm talent is akin to that of Matt Corral's from a couple of years ago, but he's young and needs to get bigger and stronger. And will, I think, grow into that role. I mean, there was a reason that LSU wanted him as badly as they did and got him, but then it turned into a numbers game there, and he didn't want to be a third-team quarterback again. My expectation is that he's going to be the backup, regardless of what happens, Jackson Dart, Spencer Sanders. And then Spencer Sanders is the wild card in this thing, right? I mean, you bring a guy like that in, you expect him to play. But that means he's got to beat out Jackson Dart. And if he doesn't, is he going to hang around? I don't know the answers to that. Different type of quarterback a little bit than Dart is. Spencer Sanders, maybe a little quicker to get outside the pocket, wants to make plays with his feet. But he's the second all-time passer at Oklahoma State. I mean, he's a really accomplished quarterback. But he's been limited in the spring, right? He's got a shoulder injury and hasn't thrown much. And so if that was a competition that was supposed to really heat up now and carry its way through the summer, Spencer Sanders, by all accounts, has got a lot of ground.
I mean, second all-time passer at Oak State's nothing to sneeze at. No joke.
No.
I mean, under Gundy, they have thrown it all over the field.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're the second all-time leading passer at Oklahoma State under the age of 30. What was that guy in 2011?
Yeah, Brandon Whedon was he was a 40-year-old out there.
Yeah, Whedon was in his 30s when he was leading Oklahoma State to that great year. I'm glad to hear that about Jackson Dart, because when Spencer Sanders came in, I said a lot of times, what was wrong with Jackson Dart? I thought he was pretty darn good last year for Ole Miss. So I'm glad he's having a great camp, and I'm glad he's in the mix. And I hope he keeps the job. I sort of like that. I sort of liked him running the team.
Yeah, I thought he did a good job. And, the one thing that you cannot the one thing that you can't knock Jackson Dart for at all is he was a gamer. I mean, let's see. How many times did he run it? 128 carries for 614 yards. He took some hits throughout the course of that season. That's a lot of carries for a quarterback in the game that we're playing today, and just kept getting up and kept getting up. Could he have been better in certain situations? Yeah, I think they'll throw it more with him too, because I think they've got more weapons. And then there's that kid in the backfield from the state of Alabama. It's pretty good also.
Yeah, he ain't bad.
Absolutely. Quinshawn has been really good.
I mean, what a get, though, man. Yeah. I mean, that guy's first-team All-American. Yeah.
I will tell you I had two more questions, one more football, because I may be on an island over here, but I think Pete Golding's a great coach. Great coach.
I think great's an overstatement.
I think he's a great coach.
Okay.
Who was in a tough situation, expectation-wise, of what Alabama fans expect in defense. So are Ole Miss fans excited about Pete Golding? Do you get room from the complex that he is being beloved by the other coaches on what he is on the whiteboard, drawing up plays with the defense and recruiting?
Yes, Ole Miss fans are excited about Pete Golding, and I think they should be. And I don't know, great, really good, somewhere in between. We'll see. This is, I think, a bigger challenge than he was dealing, at least with personnel-wise, at Ole Miss. I'm actually, Chris Doring and I are doing the TV broadcast for the spring game, and so we've got coordinator meetings, and we're going to talk with Lane here in a couple of hours. And I'm looking forward to visiting with Pete and trying to kind of get an understanding for what he's trying to accomplish, and two, how he accomplishes that given some of the issues that they've got personnel-wise, because they lost some good pieces on the defensive side. I think top 4 tacklers from a year ago are gone, and they didn't have as much success. Had some success, but not as much in the transfer portal on that side of the ball. Looking just at what Pete did at Alabama, I think would be a mistake. I think you've got to look at some of the other stops in his career before he got to Alabama and see, kind of judge the success that he's had working with defenses. That I know there were a lot of Alabama fans that were certainly okay with seeing Pete Golding go, but I do think it's important to remember that Nick Saban stood by him for a long time, and not just stood by him, but competed for him and kept him a couple of times when there were opportunities for him to move on. Now, maybe that relationship got to a place where Pete felt this way or Nick felt this way. I don't know, where it was probably time for something else in his career, but I think Ole Miss is absolutely the beneficiary of that. And maybe in terms of recruiting, more than anything.
Yeah, and that's where I get my feelings for is how much Nick Saban wanted to have that guy on the coaching staff for a long, long time because he could have parted ways very easily. One of the reasons I wanted to get you on was one basketball question about Chris Beard. When I came over, was it this past year I came over from Alabama Ole Miss, or was it the year before?
It was 2 years ago.
Maybe it was 2 years ago. When I came over to see the facility, just zero buzz for Ole Miss basketball. But now you got Chris Beard, who's one of the better X's and O's and recruiters in college basketball. What instantly success, expectation, people running, buying tickets for Ole Miss, and what is this guy going to do in the portal? I mean, it seems like every day you guys probably are talking a little Chris Beard portal action going on.
A little. The reality is baseball is such a big deal in the state of Mississippi that probably dominates the conversation.
Even with the start,
so
both
right
Ole Miss
now.
and Mississippi State's off too. Y'all are still talking baseball.
Yeah.
That's a hot seat.
I mean, it matters a lot to people. I don't know if you know this or not, but the last 2 college baseball national champions have come from the state of Mississippi.
Yeah, I'm betting against 3 straight this year. Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say, unless Southern Miss makes a deep run, it doesn't feel like it's going to be 3 in a row. Those 2 teams. It's crazy, though, right? They're going to play in Starkville this weekend, and there'll be 13,000 tonight and 14 or 15,000 tomorrow, and then, over 10,000 on Sunday. So folks really, really passionate about it. No, the Chris Beard thing has hit the ground running in terms of recruiting. And, you ask expectations. I don't know what fan expectations really are. I mean, I think people expect that he will win and will win fairly quickly because that's what he's always done. But he stood up there in his introductory press conference as the NCAA tournament was beginning and said, we're going to be in that next year. That's kind of a big statement for Ole Miss basketball. 1, considering where they've been the last 3 years, and 2, considering where they are historically, because the NCAA tournament has not been a regular thing for Ole Miss basketball. There have been pockets of success. Rob Evans, Rod Barnes, Andy Kennedy, obviously. Kermit gets them to the tournament his first year, but it's never been sustained. What does that look like with Chris Beard? How long is he the head basketball coach at Ole Miss? I got no idea. I do know that the circumstances surrounding his hire are probably what made it feasible for Ole Miss to be able to hire a guy like that, because there are a lot of basketball people, Jim, that would tell you Chris Beard is a top 5 coach nationally. And, I kind of think his resume points to that. Now, if you want to say, no, he's not a top 5, he's a top 10 coach. Okay, I won't argue with you about that. But he is one of the better basketball coaches in all of the country. And if not for, the crazy circumstances, he would still be at Texas. He would not be the head coach at Ole Miss.
Yeah, if I could win in Lubbock, I can win in Oxford.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, Richard, before you go.
You mentioned the facilities. Yeah. They're great also, by the way. I mean, the pavilion's fantastic. They just got to fill it up and put people in it and have some energy. They got a great practice facility. There are a lot of pieces in place there.
Before you go, those that consume our show on video love to tear apart the background when people join us on video. Over your right shoulder, highest visible shelf, there is some artifact that people are asking what that is.
Can I guess? Is that from Parks and Rec, the guy that was
Nick Offerman
in charge
Ron
of Parks
Swanson.
and Rec?
Are we talking about this?
Ron Swanson?
Yeah, the people are wanting to know what that is.
I don't even know where that came.
That's Ted Lasso.
Oh, it's Ted Lasso.
Yeah, okay. All right.
It's a Ted Lasso candle.
I don't know if my wife or kids or mom or somebody gave that to me as like a gag gift, but I was like, okay, I'll just stick it on the shelf.
Well, it has created conversation on our show. Somebody, the first person that brought it up said, is that a Saddam Hussein spray can? Yeah. And I was like, surely Richard does not have a Saddam.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Did the rest of it pass okay?
Yeah, nobody else is tearing anything else up. Now, the kids are off limits. Nobody's saying that your kids are beautiful. Nobody's going to say anything about that.
And congratulations on your National Sports Writers Association Award and Sportscasters. I've got a few of those at my house, too.
You got to put them somewhere.
I know. So. May as well be in camera. All right, here's Richard.
Where do you keep your Emmys? Where do you keep your Emmys?
I'm still waiting on one of those.
Yeah.
The coolest thing, you can't see it, but I did a super regional baseball for Louisville, hosted it a couple of years ago, and they gave us a gift to the announcers. It was an engraved Louisville Slugger baseball bat.
Ooh, so very nice.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, I try to convince Brown.
Facts along the way.
I could try to convince Brown for us to swing by the Louisville Slugger when we were up there And we were going to do that Saturday, but then Alabama let us down on Friday.
It was a much shorter visit than we had planned. Yeah.
You didn't want to stay an extra day just to watch some wood carving?
I was ready to go. Yep.
Yeah, we got out pretty quick.
All right, go follow Richard on Twitter at RichardCrossSTM. Sports Talk Mississippi. They do a great job over there throughout the state of Mississippi, and you can see them on the Ole Miss spring game this weekend. Thank you very much for the time, Richard. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. Always fun.
All right, buddy. Take care. Richard Cross with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Have we ever had Richard on before?
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
I go on his show all the time. Richard
know
does
you
a great
do.
job over there. But no, it's been a minute. But I think we've had him on before.
Yeah. I tell you what. Let me tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness. And then I want to ask you one thing he talked about there with Lane Kiffin. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Leslie, her board-certified team, there's nobody better. I don't know if you can tell. Just in my face, I think you can tell.
Can you tell, Rockstar?
You're fading away.
12 pounds since Brown and I left Louisville. 12 pounds.
And Alabama basketball left Louisville.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
192.0 today on the dot. I thought I was going to clip into 191 today so I could say 13. Didn't happen, but 12 pounds as we are getting ready for a little vacation very soon where Maggie is going to make me hike on our vacation. So I felt like I needed to get that backpack off my stomach a little bit before I started hiking in the desert, which I think my wife's trying to kill me on this vacation.
Oh, make sure she buys new ketchup. We don't have bad ketchup in that bag.
Yeah.
I mean, honest to goodness, I feel like,
She's trying to get, what's the policy worth, you think?
I mean,
enough?
Yeah, it's up there. It's up there. But we usually, I like to vacation at 30A or Gulf Shores with friends at the Floribama.
Yeah,
we're heading to the desert. We're going to see the Grand Canyon and hike in it, and then we're going to hike up some mountains and walk through the desert. Not ride a horse with no name, old reference. We're going to the desert, and I think she's going to try to kill me, and she's calling it a vacation.
I want to take a picture. Back up.
Keep
backing up, Jim. This is good.
So trying to survive this, I have lost a little bit of my baby weight. I'm down 12 pounds thanks to our friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Just go to this website, planforme.com, planforme.com. And you may say, Jim, you could do this on your own, and you can. You can lose weight on your own, but I like having the support you get from Leslie and her board-certified team. They've got a plan. Every plan's different. They have some other ways to help jumpstart you or trim up. You just check everything they have to offer you at their website, planforme.com, planforme.com. There's no contract, there's no sign-up fees, and your first consultation's free. So you can get in and have a conversation with Leslie and her team without even spending 1 cent. And that's because you're a Next Round viewer and listener. Just go to the website, planforme.com, planforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Are you surprised he said Jackson Dart?
I am. So definitively. Like
everyone else says, it's Spencer Sanders.
Yeah, he had to back up to it's his job to lose from it's his job, period. I mean, that was Richard's first statement. He says, well, maybe I'll say it's his job to lose. Like there's still some competition. So, yeah, that's a surprising answer.
And I'm right about this. Richard is the sideline analyst for the Ole Miss radio network.
Yeah,
right?
He's done some of that, and he does some of it, but he's taking on more ESPN and SEC Network actual play-by-play games. So he's not there every single week. But, yeah, I mean, Richard's tied in.
But to say he's well-connected.
He's tied in, yeah.
So that's not coming from just a random guy or John Sokoloff.
Right.
It's coming from a guy who's pretty tied into the Ole Miss athletic department saying Jackson Dart's job to lose still. Because most people think it's Spencer Sanders. You don't bring a guy in 1 year left with his resume and not let him be the starter. And I'm sort of excited to hear about Jackson Dart there. All right, tell us about NASCAR again. We're going to tell you a lot about NASCAR over the next few days because it's next weekend.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It all starts next Friday. 1 week from today, they'll be preparing for the big one on the Boulevard, barbecue sauce wrestling, among other things, at the big one on the Boulevard. That's 1 week from today. Then Saturday, a doubleheader of racing and Cole Swindell in concert. And then Sunday, it's the big one, the Geico 500. Enhance your race weekend by getting the Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. Reserve your spot. See everything I'm talking about, all the details. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Over in the Coca-Cola chat room, Brooks writes in, if you'll pay attention to Ole Miss football's social media posts, they've mostly only shown Jackson Dart in posts and none of the other quarterbacks. I did not notice that, Brooks. Thank you for that.
Interesting.
Bobby says nobody ball washes Pete Golding like Jim, but Richard Cross came close.
Wow,
I think he's a good coach, man.
You said great. You've backed down to good now.
No, great coach. I think he's a great coach. Jeff says, sounds like Spencer Sanders needs to head to the Plains. It'll be interesting to see what options people have at quarterback if you're looking for quarterback.
I didn't think he could transfer again, but I don't know.
I think it depends on, is one of these the transfer you get, and one of these is a graduate transfer?
I really don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe he could get a waiver. Dr. B is helping Lance grow his hair back and has done an amazing job with it. Dr. Beckenstein is who we're talking about here, t3hair.net. It all started with Lance going in to get that genetic testing. They then got together on a virtual meeting to go over options. Lance chose non-invasive hair treatment, and it is working quite well for him.
Yeah, it is.
Great results. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally with great expertise, getting great results, and he's been doing it for more than 20 years, men and women. It's not just guys like Lance, the ladies too. He can help you. He's got a huge range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. You can see more at t3hair.net or call and get that evaluation like Lance did from Dr. B. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Our guy, Dr. Beckenstein.
Yeah, love that guy a lot. We appreciate them so much. I'm getting ready to be excited about this USFL season coming up, and I will tell you I have watched very little very little of the XFL. In fact, I see now on this ESPN screen, TV3, it's in week 9.
Yeah, I told you when Masters got rained out Saturday, there was an XFL game going to the end, and I turned it on to see if they were driving, and they were talking about teams that had just been eliminated from the playoffs, and this is a huge playoff seeding game. I'm like, holy crap, they're almost to the playoffs of that thing.
So we are going to have a little bit of an overlap of the XFL, last 2 weeks of the regular season, and then the playoffs of the XFL while the USFL is going on. And remember, one is owned by Fox, the USFL, the one Birmingham's part of, with broadcast partners Fox and NBC. The other is owned by The Rock and is broadcast on ABC/ESPN. So you got a little bit of a turf war going on in these spring leagues. How do you think it plays out this weekend? And will people be watching XFL, USFL television numbers to see who is winning or losing?
I think they'll, a little bit like Live and PGA Tour, I think there's going to be a turf war going on. I don't know who's got the advantage. It is week 1 for the USFL.
As this starts, this sort of feels like the first weekend after the Masters that I am interested in football again after the Super Bowl. When they started theirs, the XFL, I have been all college basketball. Then I was the Masters. And now this is the first weekend that I'm sitting here going, okay, I'm ready for football again.
So the XFL Sunday got 1 million viewers this past Sunday, Houston against San Antonio. The game I actually watched, which was Vegas St. Louis, had 868,000 viewers. That was, once the USFL got going, their biggest game was always over 1 million viewers, pretty much all of last year, I think. So I do think it will be interesting to see. There's going to be a turf war. You're right. Whoever wins the ratings battle is going to do a victory lap. I don't even know who to favor here. Normally, being on ESPN would be a huge advantage for the XFL, but being on Fox, like something we didn't talk a whole lot about this, Fox showed a college basketball game in primetime this year. I don't know how often you watched it.
Yep, they show a
lot of Pac-12.
They show a lot of football too now.
Yeah, but I'm saying they did a college basketball game in primetime, and it did really well in the ratings just because it's on Fox. That's going to get a lot of eyeballs. So I think these first two, this Birmingham game in primetime Saturday, is probably, that list of XFL games I just saw and what the USFL is going to show, I bet you Birmingham, if it's a decent game, Birmingham and New Jersey is going to be the top-rated game of the weekend.
And one thing to note, Saturday's games on Fox, back-to-back 3:30 and 6:30, are in Memphis and Birmingham. That's stadiums that, unlike the XFL, they're only playing at 4 different locations with 8 teams. Everybody's got their own home crowds, as sparse as they have been sometimes in the XFL. Great in St. Louis. But Memphis and Birmingham will be hometown crowds. Birmingham's crowd's supposed to be really good. Get your tickets, theusfl.com. But then on Sunday, you get Michigan and Houston. They're not playing in Houston. And Pittsburgh and New Orleans. They're not playing in New Orleans. They're actually playing here in Birmingham.
Yeah.
So you get the flip around games on Sunday. So the Sunday TV product will not be as good as the Saturday TV product.
I will say that watching the end of that Vegas-St. Louis game, St. Louis has led the attendance for all these leagues because I think they feel like it sends a message that we want pro football back in St. Louis. Like, if the NFL's looking to move a team or expand, we think it should be here in St. Louis. So I think they've really tried to get behind that team.
By the way, twice already you've had teams, and they have left.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's you. I don't think it's us. I think it's you.
I would never put a team in St. Louis again.
Right.
And I don't know anything true about the St. Louis Metroplex or anything.
Seems like a good sports town. They support the heck out of the Blues and the.
But it does seem like
the Cardinals.
It's dropping. It doesn't seem like it's a town that's on the rise. It seems to be a town that's on the decline, in my opinion.
I really have no earthly idea.
Like if I asked you, would you rather put a franchise in Austin, Texas, or St. Louis, Missouri?
What kind of franchise?
Any franchise.
Well, I mean, football's complicated because Austin is heavy Cowboys country.
They're never going to let you do that because the Cowboys own the rights.
That's what I'm saying. So,
but as far as just the projection of the city,
yeah, I'd rather go Austin. Yeah. You're asking, where do I feel better about it? Austin would be my answer.
Oklahoma City. Seems to be more on the rise than St. Louis is.
Yeah, I really don't know to that, but I just know the Blues and the Cardinals get a ton of support.
Yeah.
And that they've come out and they've supported that I think it's the Battle Hawks is their franchise.
It's the A.J. McCarron franchise.
Yeah, and he didn't play Saturday. He's hurt. I was unaware of that until I watched the last 2 minutes of the game. But, I mean, that place wasn't packed, but the lower two levels were packed. They didn't have very many people in the upper level, but it made for a good TV product.
Lunsford pointing out only 2 more XFL games on network all seasons. That include their playoffs, Lunsford?
I'm talking about regular season competing the next 2 weeks because USFL has NBC and Fox. They only have ABC like once a week.
Yeah, I mean, USFL is set up to win this battle. I don't know if they will or not, but they're set up by being on NBC and Fox.
But also this window is what we talked about because now you're out of – because we all went from the Super Bowl, and that's when we all were just rolling around in nothing but college basketball until the national championship game, right? And then what happens right after Monday Night National Championship? We're with the Masters, and we were all golf crazy last week. The timing for the USFL seems to be better. I like it better than I do the XFL. Looking forward to Protective Stadiums tomorrow night, Saturday night, 6:30, New Jersey and Birmingham. And they had a big party with our friends at Good People last night, unveiling and showing the trophy and all that. So really interesting. To see how the crowd looks at Protective tomorrow night. Supposed to be great weather, too, so that always helps out. Our friends at Harbin's and Harbin's Outdoors, they're the folks that have been changing the way outdoors looks, and they do it all right here at Harbin's Outdoor. You see the number on the screen there, Harbin's, they designed it, they build it, they maintain it. You don't have to use multiple folks when you're doing landscaping, including those pools. They handle it all for you right there at Harbin's. Lunsford, can you read that number right there on the screen from our friends at Harbin's?
Why don't you just read it?
Call it 205-300-0718.
Give that to me one more time.
205-300-0718.
And look, when LT had his pool built, I tell you, he used 3 different providers originally with that pool. Somebody to dig the hole and landscape, to sort of get the ground right, then to actually do the pool, and then someone else came in and did all the rocks and stuff. Harbin's, they do it all for you right there. They design it, they build it, they maintain it, and that number again, Lunsford, is what?
205-300-0718.
Yeah, fantastic. Appreciate that so much there, Lunsford and our friends at Harbin's. So football happening this weekend. And also, we get a chance to kick back and enjoy a little NBA playoffs if you want to do this. One more thing to tell you about before we take a break here, and that is the NFL draft that's coming up in Kansas City. 6 players from the SEC will be there, 3 of them from Alabama. Will Anderson, Brian Branch, and Bryce Young. Jalen Carter will be there. Will Levis will be there. Anthony Richardson will be there. If I said the guy who could have the most uncomfortable time in the SEC in the green room, that would be who? In other words, maybe sitting longer than they expected.
Is Jalen Carter going to be in the green room? Do you know?
Jalen Carter is there. That was one of the names I just gave you. You think he may drop a little later?
There's potential because of the red flags, though. I mean, it's a very Laramie Tunsil-like situation, right? Although Laramie Tunsil's hit on draft night, but that got really uncomfortable for him. The only reason I say it's uncomfortable is if you get past the top 5 picks with Jalen Carter still on the board at some point, and it potentially the only reason I say past the top 5 picks is there's a chance that 4 of those top 5 are going to be quarterbacks. So this is not a story at all until you get past those high quarterbacks that go right. Once you get past that, if Jalen Carter starts to drop, the NFL Network and ESPN and Fox and whoever's showing this, if they're being intellectually honest with their audience, they have to explain why. And you're going to have that shot of Jalen Carter, and they're going to have to unearth that really, really tragic story. This is why this guy is dropping, because on the field, everything adds up. So that's why I say it would get uncomfortable. Not that he's going to drop to 20. He's going to go before that because somebody's going to say, look, I know it was an awful situation and the lawsuits probably are not over, but this guy is amazing on the field.
I guess we've all got comfortable with Will Levis that he's going to be a top 4 guy. There's just something that I keep thinking to myself. Will Levis is still going to be there at 4, at 5, at 6.
So you think he could be Aaron Rodgers? That it starts.
I don't know if he'll go that far, but I think if he goes past the top 4, then all of a sudden Will Levis is on the camera a lot at that point. If it's past the top 4, if all of a sudden some people have taken other players other than quarterback, and Will Levis is still sitting there. I still don't believe the guy. I still don't believe in the guy.
I don't either. I don't believe in Anthony Richardson. Do you believe in Anthony Richardson?
I trust him more than I do Will Levis. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, he had better college numbers than Will Levis. But, I mean, there's a lot of talk about the Titans doing everything they can to get Anthony Richardson. I just think with Jalen Carter, if he starts to slip, they've got to address why. Because, you know, how DJ is going to have best available player. Mel Kiper is going to have, you know, highest name on big board still left. McShade's best player left. They're all going to say Jalen Carter if he starts to drop. So if I'm a average NFL fan that hasn't paid attention to college football and I tune in, my question is, why is nobody picking who Daniel Jeremiah, Mel Kiper, and Todd McShay say is the best player remaining? That's going to get uncomfortable for him. You're going to have the camera right in his face, and they're going to have to explain, here's why he's dropping. And that's a tough story to hear. I mean, it involved loss of life and, you know, a lot of poor decisions made by a lot of people. It's going to be tough to hear.
A lot of spring games tomorrow. We'll talk about the SEC ones with Peter Burns coming up at the top of the hour. He'll be in studio with us and should be showing up here shortly. Look forward to spending some time with Peter, who's in town, for some big SEC action. We'll also talk later on to Todd Fuhrman out in Las Vegas, and I've heard Rockstar getting ready to go in the lounge. Rockstar, today
I am shuffling.
Loretta Lynn would have been 91 years old. Any chance you're doing Loretta Lynn
Coal
today?
miner's daughter?
There is absolutely no chance doing Loretta Lynn. Hit the off button.
You did.
No chance you're doing Loretta Lynn.
I'm shuffling. I don't know. I'm trying to look through stuff.
You don't have a song yet. Ooh.
No, I have some ideas.
What? We know we need to go to break. Can I address an idea with Rockstar on the other side of the break that I think everybody would like?
Absolutely. By the way, Redmond Vodka, locally owned and operated. We always get a cocktail going for the lounge. Rockstar joins the lounge, his lounge, in the final hour of the show. Last couple of segments, he plays us into the weekend between the Final Four and the start of football season. By the way, we're 134 days away from football. That means Taylor and I will be cranking up drinks with Dunaway again, and so often we use the Redmond Vodka provided by Charles Barkley and his locally owned and operated company. Their aim is clarity in taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka, made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, but also provides a smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled, and it's sold locally and all over the country now. 20 states and growing. Ask for it by name wherever you buy your vodka or wherever you order your drinks. It's our friends at Redmond Vodka. Back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more, Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the next round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Our NASCAR fast start of the day came from the team that was playing the New York Yankees yesterday. When you do something that has never been done in Yankees baseball history, then you have done something. Never before in the history of the New York Yankees had a team jumped out to a 9-0 lead on the Yankees in the top of the first. Minnesota did that yesterday at Yankee Stadium. 9 runs, top of the first. And the Twins go on to an 11-2 win. The Yankees are now still in second place, 5 games behind the Tampa Bay Rays.
That region, I mean, that division's over.
Buster,
over.
I don't believe it is, but Buster did say.
He said the same thing about the Mets and Braves last year. Yeah.
And that's what scares me. But he did say that he takes his mulligan early. He'll take the Rays to go wire to wire in the division. It's a long way to go. 5 games is where they lead right now over the Yankees and the Blue Jays. Twins beat them yesterday, 9 runs in the top of the first inning. That's our NASCAR fast start of the day.
877-GO-TO-DAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com to get tickets to the Geico 500 weekend. Friday's the big one on the Boulevard. Doubleheader of racing Saturday, Cole Swindell in concert, and then the Geico 500 Sunday. Don't forget to enhance your race weekend by adding the most immersive garage experience in all of NASCAR, presented by Cool Ray. You can see more and get your spot, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DAGA.
Well, Brownie had a suggestion that he wanted to throw out, or maybe a request for Rockstar later in the lounge.
Just if we're trying to do, it was Loretta Lynn's birthday. I'm curious if, I bet you Tyler has, have you listened to any of the new Metallica release today?
I have not. I saw that they have their own channel on Sirius right now. Did they do a Loretta Lynn song?
No. They've got a new release. They've
like
released
a whole new album.
Yeah, I mean, they've released music today. I don't know if Tyler. I'm surprised Tyler's not on this.
Tyler, I want to get you. You a Metallica fan?
Yeah. I mainly listen to the old stuff, like Black Album and
Yes.
4.
Yeah.
So I haven't really heard any of the new stuff.
Yeah.
Well, he's about 8 albums behind.
Yes, he has 72 seasons. They've released today, is what they call it. 72 seasons.
How does that tie into Loretta Lynn?
It doesn't tie into Loretta Lynn at all.
I thought they were covering a Loretta Lynn song. Metallica doing a Loretta Lynn song.
Yeah, so the new 72 seasons comes close to Metallica's bone-crushing, skull, you-know-whatting, ire-clenching peak, according to Variety magazine.
I love it's in true Metallica fashion. Each song is no shorter than 6 minutes.
I don't leave room for the solo, right?
Yeah, the only reason I brought it up is I think you've done a Metallica cover before.
I've teased Nothing Else Matters and Unforgiven.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean, I can't do like Inner Sandman. I've tried to do a slowed down version of Inner Sandman. It just sucks. My version.
I was going to say, if you were looking for some sort of inspiration, the fact that Metallica has a release today, and I thought you or Tyler might have heard some of it, you could use that as inspiration. That was just my suggestion.
Go ahead.
Michael over in the Coca-Cola chat room says, does Tyler play guitar? I could see him playing bass. Just looking at him physically, he thinks he's a bass player. I don't see that. Bass players are usually bigger dudes.
No, I can't play or read music at all.
Wow. A rockstar can't read music.
I can't read a lick of music.
Yeah, I'm surprised you can't play or read music. That's it. Not you, Tyler. Yeah, that surprises me.
Yeah. Thanks for the comments over in the chat room. We appreciate those so much. I want to ask you, about robust Wi-Fi. What is considered?
What the hell is going on?
Yeah.
What
is
are you doing?
considered to
So
be
I was
robust Wi-Fi?
Did Katie Couric write
Katie
about
Couric
this
was
too?
talking about
I
this
mean,
stuff.
what is happening here?
Well, I'm filling 4
Did you
hours
see-
today without my man Lance Taylor.
Did you see that Meredith Vieira has a new spaghetti recipe?
So JohnstonRVCenter.com question of the day: what do you consider to be robust Wi-Fi, Brownie?
I don't know.
Tell us about
Jim.
Johnston RV.
Jeez, I feel like I could build an RV easier than I could answer that question. Johnston RV Center, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. They've got the Clean Sweep RV sales event in April, concentrating on all the leftovers from 2022. It includes some Coachman Prism, some Sunseeker motorhomes. They're all available at deep discounts. And as always, lifetime warranty on all RVs that are new or under 2 years used from RV Warranty Forever. All of that right there at Johnston RV Center, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Danny White's the AD at Tennessee, and they've got a little extra money because they're winning at football again. And he announces yesterday that they are going to build a, quote, robust Wi-Fi system in Neyland Stadium. Quote, we know Vol Nation's been looking forward to this, and we appreciate everyone's patience. This is very big for us, a complex project. The bones of Neyland Stadium date back to 1921, and as we grew over the decades, no one could have planned for how we'd deliver a strong Wi-Fi signal through the tons of concrete and steel. But with a great partner now, we're ready to do that this year at Neyland Stadium. So my question, Brownie and Rockstar, is the upgrade we had at Auburn and in Tuscaloosa, are we too robust? Is everyone happy with the internet connection at Jordan-Hare and Bryant-Denny? Because I still struggle at Bryant-Denny on game day, and I know we continue to work on that over there. It's just hard when you've got basically 200,000 people in an area, I think, to get it, quote, robust. I guess what I'm saying is, Danny White, I'll believe it when I see it. I don't think you'll have robust Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I don't even know how to describe what robust Wi-Fi is, but I can do it by asking a question of Lunsford. Sorry, Rockstar, but I need to ask Lunsford this question.
Okay.
Yes. If 10 is robust and 1 is the opposite of robust, I don't know what the opposite of robust is. What do I need for a large portion of 80,000 people to be able to stream video on Wi-Fi?
20. Whatever
so
it is,
beyond
it
10
needs to be a lot more than that.
But isn't that what everybody wants when they want Wi-Fi? Is I want to be able to stream video, right?
Yes, because the best thing I've ever been able to do as a fan is when we go to pro stadiums, like when Alabama was playing those neutral games to start off, I could stream other big games that weekend at like Jerry World, like in Atlanta, stuff like that. You can't even get close. You can hardly send a text out at Bryant-Denny now.
Yeah,
so that's what you need, is because you need other people to consume the games.
Yeah, I mean, there's G. Wilson right there. Nope, BDS, Bryant-Denny Stadium, has the worst, cannot get any signal.
Well, I will tell you my experience this year. You would say Alabama at Tennessee ended up being one of the bigger games in the country this year.
I would say that,
And
yes.
it was a zoo outside the stadium pregame. And Forrester, if he was here, and you know this, Brown, a lot of local television now, their live connections on road shows are not done on satellite anymore. It's done via the cell connection with what they call live backpacks,
right?
Which relies on cell signals. It's a little higher tech than your phone, but it locks in on a cell signal, and you do your live report on that. I got paid handsomely to go up there and work for CBS 42. I did about 40 seconds of one hit in a 2-hour show.
Because it was that bad?
And 0 hits in the postgame. In fact, on my cell phone, I was able to get on our postgame, but could not get on their television with the backpack, the higher backpack.
Yeah, you were in the stadium on our postgame, yeah.
Briefly, but I got on briefly down in the area because I was still tied to the Wi-Fi I wasn't supposed to have password to, so I was cheating.
That was the least egregious thing that happened in the postgame there, yes.
Yeah, so I was cheating, but as part of the security team, I had a Wi-Fi password. But I will tell you that it's still, as much as robust can be, you still have problems at these stadiums because we have so many people there, and these towns are small in the SEC. We're not in the Big Ten where the stadiums are located in big cities.
But to Lunsford's point, the question I asked Lunsford, that's what everybody wants is the ability to stream video. If I'm at a college football game, like the last pro game I went to was 2 years ago, Dolphins in Nashville, and you're blacked out on streaming Sunday Ticket there. Sunday Ticket blacks out in the stadium. So I don't even know what I would use the Wi-Fi for on video streaming. If I'm at an NFL game, the only other thing I would care about is other NFL games and watching them. I know a lot of people do their fantasy and stuff like that, so that's helpful there. But to call it robust Wi-Fi, as Royal Payne says, that sounds like a 2000s indie rock band, Robust Wi-Fi.
Oh, that would be a good one.
Yeah, that's a good band name, Rockstar.
Tonight.
God, y'all's Wi-Fi is, I don't know what, robust.
Yes. But if I've got robust Wi-Fi, I am able to sit in Bryant-Denny or Jordan-Hare and stream whatever other games are going on. That's what I want.
Josh says, all I want to be able to do is text at Bryant-Denny Stadium, just to text somebody.
That's such a low bar.
Robert says texting as well. I want to be able to text. I don't want to watch another game. I just want to be able to text when I'm in these stadiums. I'm going to Danny White, he makes a lot of promises as an AD. I'm going to say he is overpromised here that it's going to be a robust Wi-Fi in Neyland Stadium. I may be wrong. Prove me wrong next time I'm up there.
I'll believe it when I see it. If it's what I would consider robust, I'll believe it when I see it.
All right. When we come back, Peter Burns in studio. We'll talk about SEC spring games tomorrow. Some new stars at Georgia, a big running back at Texas A&M, the quarterback of the future at South Carolina, and a lot more college football, including reaction to last night's Florida game, being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Lance isn't here today, but he is still sending out a lock. If you got a heating problem, a cooling problem, or a plumbing problem anytime throughout the year, use our friends at Hemphill. It's the company we've trusted here in the Birmingham area since 1954. Adam and Chad have updated this company, and they've got it cooking right now. They fix it right, they fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. For your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, including a checkup right now on your air conditioning system before the heat of summer gets here, go visit our friends at Hemphill, both online or call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we move to a new hour now. Peter Burns slightly delayed. He's going to be later in the show. So if you're tuning in now to see Peter, as we tease, he's going to be in the 12 o'clock hour with Todd Fuhrman and Rockstar's Lounge coming up in the final hour of the show. LT hopefully will jump on with us at some point today. If not, we'll hopefully back full steam on Monday as he recovers from surgery. You guys asking about him over in the chat room often. And we always continue to appreciate your well wishes for LT, who's still recovering from that tonsillectomy. But I think it's moving well for him to be back Monday, full steam.
I was texting with him last night, and I can't remember how he qualified. It's been a minute since I looked at the text. He said, I'm good. Pain has been back and forth today, hoping it's almost done. So there you go. Back
Getting close. Hopefully on Monday, LT back to full strength. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Rockstar. Forrester is off today. He's back with us Monday. Lunsford and Tyler handling everything on the back row. And Taylor Korn, who handles everything social media. And by the way, she's the person that has made the Gym Class Heroes look as well as they have. The first 3 episodes had dropped on all of our social media platforms. Those hopefully will be released on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays until we kick off football, which is 134 days away. That countdown brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision as we start looking towards a new season.
Yeah, Michelson Laser Vision is they are the people that help Lance get his vision back to fighter pilot vision, basically. He had LASIK surgery with Michelson Laser Vision. They are the game changers, and they are the innovators, really. Dr. Mark Michelson and his daughter, Dr. Jennifer Michelson, have been doing it for decades. They have been improving people's lives and getting them that LASIK vision. You can see more, MichelsonLaserVision.com. That is MichelsonLaserVision.com. Or call Amy, make an appointment, say you want fighter pilot vision just like Lance Taylor has. 969-8100, 969-8100, or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Okay, real quickly, the headlines last night. Florida's spring game happened. Pass protection seemed to have been the biggest takeaway, and it was a problem for the Florida offensive line. That could be good signs for the defense and Austin Armstrong's run there with the Gators, but not a great night for Graham Mertz or Jack Miller.
I want to come back to Florida after you get done with this because I got a thought on this.
All right, that's Florida's spring game last night, and that's a good time to do it right now. So
all right, let's do that. I thought we were doing headlines. All right, Florida I've got 3-point spreads on them.
Okay.
Right. So after what you watched last night, I mean, I know this is a knee-jerk reaction, but after what you watched last night, Florida is +9 at Utah. These are FanDuel lines.
We'll take Utah and give it all day long.
Florida is +6.5 hosting Tennessee. They're in the Swamp. That game is Saturday, September 16th in the Swamp.
I will tell you, we get Tennessee's game tomorrow.
You want to see that first?
I'm not worried about any position except replacing the great receivers. And you Tennessee fans in the chat room, Nathan Leacock, is that his name? Leacock. Incoming guy is, according to the people who cover Tennessee, is something else to see.
Really?
Yeah. So he may be the next great Tennessee receiver.
Leacock.
Love Leacock.
I know you do. +6.5 there. So you didn't give me your early lean would be Tennessee in that one.
I would go Tennessee early.
Cocktail party. Florida is catching 20.5 in that one at FanDuel right now. These are all early lines.
That's a lot, but I would
It's a big
early
number.
lean to Georgia as well.
So that's just the three we have. But let me just so these other conference games at Kentucky, you think they're probably an underdog in that game right now?
Right now, the only teams I have them finishing ahead of in the East is Vanderbilt and Missouri.
All right, they host Vanderbilt, so you'd say they're a favorite there.
Yep.
At South Carolina, I mean, that's a toss-up. I'd say Carolina's favored right now.
I think South Carolina's trending in a better direction than Florida right now.
Hosting Arkansas, that's a tough one. I would say that's maybe a Florida favorite, maybe a pick 'em.
Yeah, I don't know about the point spread.
Yep.
Just on the winning the game, I may lean Arkansas on that one.
At LSU easily a favorite in that game. At Missouri probably favored in that game. It's at the end of the year, so a lot could change by November 18th. And then Florida State, they're hosting Florida State. Florida State's going to be pretty good this year.
Yeah.
They're going to be underdogs in several games.
My question is, can Florida get to 6-6 this year? Because to me, the East is very tough because I think Kentucky is going to contend for second place. Georgia's going to win it easily. Kentucky's going to contend for second. Tennessee is going to be everyone's projected second. I thought they'd take a step back, but I'm hearing great things about the receivers. South Carolina trending in a good direction. And then you have Florida, Missouri, and Vandy down at the bottom.
Well, and that's the thing. So to get to 6-6, these are must wins. I don't know how you get to 6-6 losing one of these, okay? McNeese, Charlotte, Vandy, at Missouri, and at South Carolina.
That's 5.
Well, I know that's 5. And that's my point. I don't know that you can get to 6 without any of those.
And home to Arkansas.
Home to Arkansas would be the 6th one, and then that gives you losses to Florida State, at LSU, the cocktail party, at Kentucky, Tennessee, and at Utah. That'd be your 6 losses there.
Now, they started out by beating Utah last year, but
they did. But boy, it feels like a different game this year.
Now, Billy Napier can say, okay, I got a 5-star quarterback, got a 5-star safety commitment last night. Recruiting is good. One more gap year before I get this thing rolling. I just don't know how patient they'll be at Florida. Keep in mind, though, that Scott Strickland, their athletic director, sort of went all in on Dan Mullen, and they got a redo with Billy Napier here. I don't know how quickly he can give up on Billy Napier and still not lose any credit as being a really good athletic director.
Yeah, I mean, it's
so a little patience from Scott Strickland, I would imagine.
At bare minimum, 6-6 this year. That third year becomes massive for Billy Napier. I mean, you're in the job loss window at that point.
Yeah, with an expanded playoff, but also an expanded SEC. That could get very interesting. So Florida spring game was last night. Tennessee goes tomorrow. Nico Imalieva and Nathan Leacock will be some of the stars there, the newcomers, freshmen there. At Georgia, now I was amazed when I was getting ready to watch this Georgia game tomorrow. Jalen Carter is one of the best defensive linemen who's off to the NFL. They've got this 5-star guy, Jordan Hall, that everyone's raving about, who's just ready to burst onto the scenes as a newcomer.
Shocker.
But who has backup 5-star tight ends? But that's what Lawson Lucky is at Georgia. He's a newcomer to watch for that Georgia spring game coming up. He plays tight end. He'll get 1 year to learn from Brock Bowers, and then he'll be the next Brock Bowers over there.
I mean, just tight ends for days. Darnell Washington, couldn't play much in front of Brock Bowers. He's going to be a good draft pick for somebody. And then, you had Brock Bowers. You got this guy. I mean, Eric Gilbert couldn't even get on the field there. I mean, it's just tight ends for days at Georgia. I don't know who's recruiting the tight end room, but they're killing it.
Well, that's sort of what Kirby does in recruiting. Texas A&M, the folks at On3 Sports say keep an eye on Reuben Owens, running back. Devin A-Chain is off to the NFL to keep an eye on Reuben Owens. And then South Carolina quarterback Lenoris Sellers. There are some people that think that Spencer Rattler could end up having happened to him this year like it happened to him at Oklahoma, that at some point during the year, if Spencer is not playing great, that Lenoris Sellers could be the starting quarterback at South Carolina by the end of this year. That's how good he is.
Feels like an upset the way, Rattler hasn't been just terrific at South Carolina, but he's played well enough that they have exceeded expectations in 2 straight years now.
Connor O'Gara yesterday, the last time each school had an all-SEC quarterback.
Oh, boy.
All right. Alabama, it was last year, 2022.
Yeah.
All right. Georgia, it was last year, 2022. Tennessee, it was last year, 2022. Ole Miss, it was 2021. Arkansas, it was 2011.
Ooh, gosh, it goes that far. But was that Tyler Wilson, I think, in Arkansas 2011?
Auburn, it was 2017.
Yeah, I was going to say Jarrett Stidham with Auburn and Bryce Young last year. I at least remembered those two.
Florida, it was 2020.
Okay.
Kyle Trask.
Kyle Trask.
Kentucky, it was 2007.
Oh, that was Woodson.
Yep.
Yep.
LSU, Joe Burrow, 2019.
That's easy.
Missouri was 2018. Mississippi State was Dak in 2015. Ole Miss was in 2021. That was Matt Corral. Tennessee, last year I said. Texas A&M 2013, Johnny Manziel.
It's been a minute.
Vandy, it was 2005.
Jay Cutler?
Yep.
Yeah.
And now South Carolina, never.
South Carolina's never had an all-SEC quarterback.
Never.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South. Never.
I mean, but it just since they've been in the conference, you know, I remember Tannehill, he played well. Connor Shaw had some moments. I mean, I don't think Rattler will be that this year, but he's probably about as close as anybody they had. Steven Garcia, you know, that Spurrier era where you had Steven Garcia, Connor Shaw, you know, those guys had their moments. They felt like they were pretty close. But man, that's startling to think that they've never had one.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And it may not be Spencer Rattler this year, but that supports what everyone is saying about Lenora Sellers. He may be the best quarterback South Carolina's had since they've been an SEC program.
I mean, that goes back to 1992. It's been a while. And it is a bit of a low bar. I mean, I'm not pretending like they have just been a quarterback factory there at South Carolina, but they've had some pretty good dudes to play. I mean, like I said, Garcia and Connor Shaw had their moments. And I think Spencer Rattler has been good. He hasn't been great. I mean, where would you rank him in the conference just off the top of your head? I mean, just think, you know.
Spencer Rattler?
Yeah, Spencer Rattler ranked up, you know, as a quarterback in the conference last year. You'd put him where? I've got statistically where he ranked.
Last year or going into this year?
This past season. Like if you said Spencer Rattler's 2022 was 1 through 14, you would put him where?
Quickly off the top of my head, I'd put him 8th.
He was 6th in terms of yards per game. That put him in front, behind Will Rogers, Hendon Hooker, Bryce Young, Stetson Bennett, KJ Jefferson. I mean, those are the only guys yards per game that were better.
That's a good group there.
No, that's a good group of quarterbacks. He was in front of Jackson Dart, who you like a lot, Will Levis, who's going to go in the top 5, Anthony Richardson, who's going to go in the top 5, Brady Cook, Jaden Daniels, A.J. Swan, Robbie Ashford, and Mike Wright. All those guys are behind him in terms of yards per game.
Jaden Daniels was behind him?
Yeah, in yards per game now. Now, I mean, there are a lot of stats you can look at. You know, if you just go touchdown passes.
Like Jaden Daniels was a better quarterback than Spencer Rattler to me. That's why
I would agree.
That's why I
with
had
that.
him at 8th.
I would agree with that. You know, and I don't know what everybody wants to look at. I mean, you can look at rating, you can look at completion percentage. I was just doing yards per game right there.
Yeah.
You know, rating, he does drop a little. He was 9th in rating. And touchdowns, Spencer Rattler was 8th. So he drops a little bit there. And interceptions thrown. Spencer Rattler threw a bunch of them. He was dead last in the conference. He threw 12, more than anybody else in the SEC. Okay. So, you know, you can find good and bad with him.
Okay, a little bit more. Brown tells us about Indy Grand Prix coming back to Barber Motorsports to open wheel racing. And then I want to ask Lunsford about a guy he saw a lot covering Thompson, whose spring game is tomorrow as well, and he's sort of getting rave reviews early from this camp. But tell us about Indy Grand Prix.
It's the Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, powered by AmFirst. It is coming up April 28th through the 30th. You can accelerate your weekend and experience 3 days of racing featuring drivers from the iconic IndyCar series at the Barber Motorsports Park, recognized as the Augusta of racing. Food trucks, interactive fan zone, Ferris wheel, Kids Corner, and more. Tickets are limited and selling fast. Kids 15 and under. Get in free. Get yours today. IndyAlabama.com.
Coca-Cola chat room. Ross says Connor Shaw had to be close. Lunsford said
close.
Garcia should have been first team just for beating Bama. Ben says Garcia deserved it for beating Bama. Carson says Steven Garcia, no coach loved to hate his own quarterback like Spurrier hated that guy.
Well, he was up and down. I mean, you saw him in his best moment ever, probably. He and Alshon Jeffrey.
Lunsford, tomorrow is Clemson's spring game. Defensive lineman Peter Woods has been the talk of Clemson camp.
I know I don't have the long high school lineage that y'all do, but he's the best high school player I've ever seen.
Oh,
best
really?
high school player
Wow.
you've ever seen.
Yes.
Because some not to name names, but there are some people coming off that team, that Thompson team, the last couple of years that you did not think matched their star rating. But Peter Woods is a guy that lived up to being a 5-star defensive lineman the entire time.
Well, there's one that came off 2 years ago that is at Alabama now that had that 5-star rating, and Peter Woods blew him out of the water. Now, part of it was because, you double team the 5-star guy and they let somebody else shine. Well, he was the 5-star guy as a junior, and then, of course, still was as a senior. And, I know it's debatable because it's hard to compare a, edge rusher or defensive tackle versus a quarterback or something. But, he was phenomenal in the backfield all the time, could get interceptions, run the ball back. He was incredible.
Yeah, so that's high praise there coming from you. And Peter Woods got away from the state of Alabama and is up at Clemson. Their spring games tomorrow. So too is Ohio State, USC, and a bunch of others, including Texas. Maybe we'll get back into those a little bit with Peter Burns coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. I did want to get to the toughest schedules in the SEC this year because Saturday Down South has a graphic for us that Lunsford is about to pull up. This is using last year's record, the last year's winning percentage. So if you take what these teams were on this year's schedule for these SEC teams, this is the way the toughest schedules work, okay?
All right.
So according to them, based on the 2022 win percentage, the 2023 SEC toughest schedule belongs to South Carolina.
Well, you got North Carolina and Clemson out of conference. You've got your Standard East. They play Jacksonville State as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on the Gamecocks.
But the Georgia Bulldogs factor into that a lot. Tennessee had a lot of wins last year.
Yeah, they get State and A&M in their crossover games.
Number 2 is Ole Miss.
Hotty toddy. Lane getting a tough schedule.
Now, who do they get out of conference? They get TCU in a return game or something like that?
Ole Miss's schedule this year includes out-of-conference games at Tulane. At Tulane,
wow.
Hosting Georgia Tech,
not an easy game.
Then it's first-year coach of Georgia Tech, obviously. La Monroe and Mercer. So not a crazy out-of-conference. I guess this is primarily based on...
But you get Alabama and LSU.
Number one, they're in the West. One of their crossover games is at Georgia as well. So they've got a road game in Tuscaloosa, a road game in Georgia. So that's tough. And at Auburn.
Missouri, Florida, Kentucky, Auburn. Auburn has the 6th toughest schedule.
That's a downgrade for Auburn. I got to say, Auburn normally is near the top of this.
Yeah, usually 1 or 2, it seems like.
Yeah, but when Cal out of conference isn't great. Auburn's out of conference schedule is not terrific.
But when you have Georgia and Alabama on there to be 6th by using the 2022 win percentage, that says a lot.
Yeah, now their other East crossover game is Vanderbilt, so that's going to, there are years where they might play Georgia and, say, Florida in their East games or Georgia and Tennessee. That would be extremely difficult, obviously.
Tennessee 7th, A&M 8th, Mississippi State 9th, Alabama the 10th toughest schedule. That includes Texas coming in. If you're going by 2022 win percentage, what was Texas last year, 8-5?
Yeah, so it's not a ton. But then also out of conference, you got Middle Tennessee, USF, and Chattanooga. That's just not going to do much for your out of conference.
Vandy is 11, Arkansas is 12, and then tied for the easiest schedule. One gets beat up a lot, one does not. Georgia has the 13th easiest schedule in the SEC. So does LSU. So people are bashing Georgia's schedule. Look at LSU's.
There's no way they're tied. I know that they're using win percentage, so this is a statistical tie. But LSU plays Florida State out of conference. That's much better than any, obviously, out of conference game Georgia plays. LSU then also plays a West schedule.
That includes Alabama.
That includes a road game at Alabama. And they play Florida out of the East. Now, we just talked about how Florida may struggle to get to 6-6. So I guess that I'm just buying into Helmet there. But still, when you play the West schedule and add Florida State non-conference, I don't know how you get compared to Georgia, who's playing an East schedule with Georgia Tech non-conference.
It's math, my friend. It's math.
I know.
From our friends at Saturday Down South. Who is LSU's other out-of-conference games?
LSU opens with Florida State neutral site. They play Grambling at Tiger Stadium, so an in-state game there. The week after Auburn, they play Army, which is an interesting mid-season game to grab a triple option team right there in the middle of the season.
But a down season for Army last year. If you're just going by winning percentage, down year for Grambling.
Army and
year.
Navy were both down, last year. But no, Army, that's right before a bye week. And then the tweener game between Florida and Texas A&M is Georgia State. So that's their non-conference: Georgia State, Army, Grambling, and Florida State.
Yeah. So I would imagine there's some numbers in there with Grambling and Army and Georgia State that sent that into a tie at some point. But you're right. When you got Florida State and you got the SEC West, it's hard to look at LSU's schedule and say it's as easy as Georgia because nobody does that.
Well, I think if you had on Truth Serum Kirby Smart and Brian Kelly in the same room and said, all right, do you want Georgia's schedule or LSU's? They both. Kirby says, "I'll keep mine," and Brian says, "I'll take Kirby's."
Yeah, you want to switch, and Kirby be like, "No,
I got mine.
I'm good. I'm gonna hold what I got right there." All right, so a couple interesting things there from our friends at Saturday Down South. Show being brought to you today by our friends right there at Champy's, world famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. How much do you love Sterling? One of the things we missed yesterday, by the fact that we were with our friends at Slice. Down the road, having to be out here because of a power outage. Yesterday was supposed to be a Champy's Chicken Day here in studio. We were so looking forward to Southern fried chicken, all the great sides, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamale. We'll have to get that back on the schedule very soon. Always good when we can catch up with Sterling. He loves the lounge. He'll get Rockstar's Lounge later today. But Sterling and the fine folks at Champy's Chicken open for lunch and dinner today. The Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, they're to die for. All the wonderful sides that go with the Southern fried chicken. I love the two breast meal there that go with the sides. I like to start off with some Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. They got poor boys. They got the hand-chopped chicken fingers. Just a ton of great food and a wonderful bar setting and a great atmosphere for a date. Right there on 119 in Alabaster, it's our friends at Champy's Chicken. We'll do trash when we come back on TNR.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, remember the portal opens up officially tomorrow. A couple interesting names to watch if you're looking for players. 5-star wide receiver Brennan Thompson from Texas is in the portal. I mean, 4-star wide receiver. If you're a team that needs receivers,
yeah, 4 stars,
and whoever has enough, I'm just a 4-star guy.
Yeah.
I think he played 9 games last year, just didn't get a lot. And what Texas has a receiver, doesn't see a lot of playing time. Texas A&M, all freshman offensive lineman, Matthew Wyckoff is in the portal. He played last year because of Bryce Foster's injury in camp. So Foster is back. So Wyckoff doesn't see a way to be starting this year at Texas A&M, so he's in the portal. He was all freshman SEC, so there's another guy with great experience. Those 2 guys officially in the portal. And don't be confused that it's such a short window. Portal opens April 15th. It closes April 30th. Doesn't mean you have to be signed in somewhere by April 30th. You just have to be in the portal by April 30th. You can end up committing to somebody outside of that window, outside of April 30th. You can commit in May, in June, July,
you just
whatever.
have to make your intentions known.
You just have to let them know that you're in the portal by April the 30th. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa.
Yeah, I mean, you can Rockstar is living proof of this. It's a great gift. I mean, you gave that to your wife as a gift when she was pregnant, and it was well received.
Yeah,
right?
what was great was she was hesitant about it because she was, you're supposed to get it earlier, but she got it when she was about 8.5 months pregnant, but she was just unsure. She's like, I don't know if I want to do this. And then she came back. She goes, I wish I did that for about 6 hours. She
There
said
you
that was
go.
the most relaxed I've been through the entire pregnancy.
Birmingham.woodhousespas.com. It's there in the Summit. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com to find out everything they offer. Mother's Day is coming up, birthdays, even graduations, you know. I mean, it's a great gift. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
All right. Before we get to trash, Alabama's second scrimmage coming up. Remember, I always tell you, I think the first scrimmage is always positive, Nick
Right.
Saban. Second scrimmage afterwards, you get negative, Nick,
a lot of beating on the-
challenging,
yeah.
not negative, challenging Nick
Okay.
Saban afterwards. Here is the tone going in to the second scrimmage where what they're really working on is the biggest problem for Alabama football last year, probably penalties. So there was a ton of them every game, double digits some games. Nick Saban says it's something they've talked about a lot.
It's been a big emphasis for us this spring to eliminate penalties, and I think it goes back to the same thing. If I can maintain and sustain my intensity and focus on whether it's jumping off sides, whether it's illegal motion, whether it's wrong formation, and half of our penalties have been pre or post snap. In other words, they don't happen during the play. So, and those things can all be eliminated if we just have a little better discipline, a little better focus, and maintaining intensity.
Yeah, and I mean, think about the penalties for personal fouls after a play, or how many times they jump off sides,
or the in-play the pass interferences against Texas, you know, or really all season it played them, but especially against Texas. So, yeah, I mean, if it's all pre-snap stuff that you can clean up, that is very encouraging. The stuff in the play and the post-play fouls are the ones that worry you the most.
Yeah, he's trying to coach it out of them this spring.
Yeah.
We'll see if that works for Nick Saban. Of course, the scrimmage, and then next weekend is Alabama's spring game. A ton of people, most of college football already will be completed with their spring games by the time we get to Alabama's A-Day coming up next week. They're not on an island, but they're out of the normal weekend, which is this weekend for a lot of spring games around the country. This is our normal time for Trash Every Day, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right Rockstar. It's been a couple of days. We finally get to hear the big button punch again.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision. Great. Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Mortgage Right, puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home. Let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage, that is priority number one when you want to buy a home. Mortgage Right makes it no hassle. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start with a photo collection from Rockstar. These are annoyed diners sharing very bizarre ways that food has been served to them in restaurants.
So sometimes they do a weird dressing where they try to stand out. Like I remember one of the greatest days of my life. I won't say that, I'm going to back up. One of the greatest meals of my life, I was a kid in like Colorado, and I ordered kids PB&J with chips. It came in a real Tonka truck.
Oh, phenomenal.
And you got to keep the Tonka truck. It was so awesome. I was like 16 or 18 at the time. No, but it was amazing. But this is just people that are completely pretentious restaurants trying to stand out.
Like Walk-On serves the kids meal in a Frisbee. You got to take the Frisbee home with you.
I like that.
That's big. We've got like 7,000 Walk-Ons Frisbees at the house because my little one refuses to leave the Frisbee behind.
Oh, why would you?
Well, because we got a million of them at home that we never use. All right, so the first photo, this appears to be a broken plate, which I guess it is, but...
I bet it's white chocolate where I can eat it or something like that.
Is that an edible plate, Rockstar?
They don't give descriptions of what they do. People took pictures and it's like, this is what my restaurant presented to me.
How do you even serve that? That looks
Give me some time. I got the 7th piece of your plate coming.
I know. I mean, first off, they would have lost Dunaway's 7th piece based on
first through 1 through 7.
Yeah. That's actually the way my salad almost looked the other day, if they'd have finally brought it to me.
First off, I am going to starve to death with this meal. That is observation number one.
This is obviously an appetizer.
I would hope, but I don't even know that it's an appetizer or what. What is that an appetizer?
I can't name one thing.
I really can't either.
Is that a piece of shrimp?
I think maybe. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna take it back. I'm gonna say it's not white chocolate because this is a meaty, lettucey.
That's right. That's gonna be a weird mixture there. I think that's a legit broken plate.
Yeah.
All right. This is looks like a glass of ice, and that is a Pyrex, I believe is the name brand. Pyrex measuring cup.
Their measuring cup says your glass of water.
Yeah, that is not going to drink easy.
You got a handle?
Now, when I was a kid, Top of the River over in Anniston served their drinks in a mason jar. They don't do this anymore, but they used to serve their drinks in a mason jar.
And
pretty common around the Southland.
Yeah, that is a common Southern thing.
An upside down light bulb. I don't know what that means.
Oh, I didn't even see the upside down. Oh, that's a salt shaker.
It's a salt shaker. Yeah, I've seen those.
Wow, this is a weird place.
How about one with a shovel?
That is a shovel full of meat, which if I'm going to have a shovel full of anything, meat would be at the top of my list.
That is the classic English breakfast, which is beans.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to see how long the stick is, the handle.
I would agree, Dunaway.
The one next to him is already on dessert.
I mean, is the stick hitting my neighbor there?
Yeah, absolutely. But that's a poached egg on meat with some kind of filled sausage, tomato, some more sausage, potatoes that are fried in that square.
And could I get
beans.
a little bucket of beans?
Yes,
Not a big bucket, just a little bucket.
Correct me if I'm wrong. In your standard British breakfast, the beans are served cold, right? Those are not warm beans.
I think so.
Yeah, and Ovaltine, is that what that is in the glass up there?
Well, they handled it. It's way too low in the glass, by the way. This is that an actual dead pig or is that like a ceramic pig?
I think it's a ceramic pig. But I don't know what the hell's on its teeth.
It looks like crap on it. I don't know what is being served on the ceramic pig.
It looks like he did a Pete Rose slide into third base and some cow patties.
I mean, you're talking pretentious. Yeah. This is a cowboy hat with
tuna
on top of it, I believe.
Not a cowboy hat.
No, it's not a cowboy. It's more of a fedora, right?
Yeah, it's like the guy that used to shoot the radar gun at Dodger games.
Oh, yeah. Lance could tell you his name right offhand if you had brought him up a
And the final one, deer antlers.
That's a deer antler with peanut butter and jelly on it. That's what it looks like. I don't know.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Rockstar, the antler looks like it would clean a lot faster than that white hat. I mean, are they repurposing those white hats?
That's a great point, yeah.
Because I don't think you're going to get that clean.
That's incredible.
Wow, I mean... You're right. Those are some pretentious ways to present food.
Luckily, I've never eaten at any of those places. And in hindsight, I think I would go back to the broken plate appetizer is where I would be most comfortable. At least it was on a plate.
You know, the thing that I think offended me most was the Pyrex glass for my drinks. That's the one, yeah. The measuring cup for my drinks. I don't know. That just seems like you've run out of stuff in the kitchen. So that's what we're using now. I don't know why that one offended me the most, but it did. A development popping up all over San Antonio on the northwest side in Helotes There's one particular type of development that is upsetting neighbors. It is a fireworks stand. Now, they say it's an eyesore.
I'm going to show it to you. Do you think this thing stands out in the neighborhood?
I've seen
if this pops up in your neighborhood, do you
Right.
think this would stand out and you'd be upset?
I've seen some fireworks. I've seen some fireworks stands in my life growing up here in the great state of Alabama. So let's see.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, it is legit
Well,
right in the
can you
neighborhood.
really find it? Like, you have to look for it
I
to
know.
get it.
Well, when I started reading the story, Rockstar, I didn't realize it was legitimately in a neighborhood. I thought
that's so awesome.
I thought neighborhood was a loose term here.
Yeah, there's no way that's real. There's no way that's real. No way.
Alamo Fireworks is the name, by the way, too, in San Antonio. What a great name, Alamo Fireworks.
You'll never forget it.
It's our last stand.
The only way that's real is if the fireworks stand has been there since the 80s, and they are the only ones that refuse to sell. Everyone else sold around them, and that's left standing. And they promise those people that it's out their back door. I promise you, eventually they're going to take the money from us. I promise you. They're going to take the money.
Could you imagine? And those look like fairly expensive houses in San Antonio. I mean, those are not small houses.
Not the one in the closest to the right. That looks to...
oh, I guarantee you that house
Guy,
is...
you could touch your neighbor.
Oh, you can, but they don't worry about that.
Yeah, but look, I mean, I'm not even sure there's some window panes in some of those. That looks evacuated.
Evacuated?
Yeah. Just rebuilt the front porch down there in the front right.
No, that's the back of the house, isn't it? Or is that the front of the house?
I think that this is the back of the house.
Yeah, I think that's the back of the house.
I think it's the front.
Because there's the road right there.
Yeah, they're the front of the other one facing them, so that's got to be the back of the house. That's their back porch. Now, it's not much of a porch, but it's all they got, man. They're in San Antonio.
I bet they've had to rebuild because some of the fireworks went off.
I mean, I cannot imagine having a house that I paid that much for, and that fireworks stand is in my backyard, basically.
And look how they kept the trees in the neighborhood. And it's so good. And then that's just planted in the middle. No way that's real.
Do you know how much, though, a kid would love having a fireworks stand that close to their house, though? I bet the kids love it. Lifeboat crews are scrambled to rescue a woman who became trapped in a cave while taking half-naked photos to share online.
Oh, okay.
Michelle Ogilvy was making content for an adult entertainment site at Dumpton Gap in Ramsgate when she realized her quote-unquote stupid mistake as the tide came in. So rescue crews rushed to the scene after she was forced to call for help. She told the papers, "When I saw the tide coming in, I thought, how could I be so stupid? I couldn't get out of the cove either way. The sea had come completely in. I looked at the cliffs, wondering if I could climb up. Then I looked back at the cave, thinking if I stay in here, it will fill up with water and I might drown." She had a problem, so she had to call for rescue.
And I happened to leave my top in the cave.
Yep, half naked.
Just how is she getting there? And her just seeing a woman. That's one of the funniest things. The influencers, seeing them out in the wild. What's it called? Influencers in the wild.
Yeah.
You see them taking pictures topless or whatever she's doing for her OnlyFans or whatever she's doing. Then it's like, well, hell, the tide's coming in.
Yeah. The crew were amazingly so friendly. She said, "I would imagine
I bet.
so."
Can you see the? I don't have my drink today, so I could duplicate it. But could you see the? Could you see? Squad 51, we've got a topless woman trapped in a cove, and the guy's fighting on that pole to slide down. They're fighting up there trying to slide down the pole to get into the truck. No, Tom, you went on the last call.
That's right. I got
this is mine.
I got this one. Y'all hang it.
And they go by alarms, like 3 alarm, 4 alarm. Is this like a triple D alarm fire?
Oh wow. You got more than a rock star than I thought you would on that one.
Just why you went triple?
I've double D alarm fire.
Triple's like woo.
It's just too much rock stars.
Don't go too far.
Just too much.
We go to Lawton, Oklahoma next. An employee from Carriage Hills Elementary School has been charged with misdemeanor assault and battery after being accused of hitting a kid with a dodgeball. You heard me right. Hitting a kid with a dodgeball. According to court documents, the student went to the principal at Carriage Hills after the man allegedly hit him 3 times, once in the back, once in the leg, and once in the face, which knocked their glasses off.
Walk away. My God. Just 3 times.
I had an assistant basketball coach when I played basketball. I think I was in 9th grade. Get so pissed at me, he threw a ball and hit me in the nuts. I mean, it's just kind of the way of life back then. The student told...
Basketball's a heavy ball to take that hit.
It is. I mean, it did not feel good, but he was mad at me. The student told police they had thrown a dodgeball while playing a game, which bounced off another student and hit the employee. The employee allegedly got mad, which led to the student getting hit with the ball. The student went to the principal, told her what happened. Several kids also corroborated the story. When interviewed by police, the employee said he was sitting in the class. The student threw the ball at him and another teacher and wouldn't apologize for it. He said he hit the student with the ball and asked if he should apologize for doing that, and the kid said yes. He said he told the kid that's how he felt. The employee was released on a $1,000 bond and a court date set for May 10.
How about that?
But where's the 3 times? That's one time.
Yeah, I know.
There was
I
3
didn't
times.
get
You
the rest
knocked my
of the story.
glasses off on one time.
Yeah, look, the teacher probably shouldn't have reacted that way. I'm not certain arrest by police and a $1,000 bond was called for, but
Troy says that's what you get when you've been talking, crap.
No, he probably was. I'm sure there's more to this story than we know. Finally, Hollister, California is where we end, Jim. Hollister residents are calling for removal of a 30-year-old rock sculpture. They say describe it as a phallic symbol, quote unquote.
Now I'm going to show you this. Now,
We got a photo.
Now, do you think this is? I mean, of course, you see what you want to see,
right?
But do you think that you would be so upset at this that your mind would convince yourself about this picture?
The first time I see it, do I think penis?
Yeah, it is located in front of the county.
I've already planted it in your head now.
Yeah, it's in the county administrative building.
No.
I mean, you've got some issues if yes, but I can't see it. Yeah.
No, I mean, if you had not set up the story the way you had, I would not have looked at that and said to myself, that is a penis sitting on 2 balls.
Yeah.
No.
I also don't
And
have...
would you go so far to go, I'm going to the next community meeting, the council, and I'm going to protest to remove this thing?
I mean, there's a lot of things in life that are straight and hard.
Yeah, keep going.
That are not penises.
That's right.
Yeah.
You have to see that one. Now, if you told me that also was the AVN trophy at Las Vegas this year, I would have believed that too. If you'd have told me that's what the trophy was.
But on the other side of this, Rockstar, how are they so sold on a rock sculpture that looks like that they won't fight to keep it either? You know,
because it's principle. Now you're fighting it. I'm going to fight for it.
Yeah.
According to Cheryl Von Booth, who's a resident of Hollister, an 8-foot stone sculpture that just happens to look like a penis, I will not tolerate that message from my county government. So she's upset. The artist.
See, I'm questioning the size too. I don't think it's really 8 feet.
I did not think 8 feet when I first saw it.
Yeah, because look at the light when I'm walking in. That's not 8 feet.
Most county governments lie about that.
Yeah.
The artist Richard Deutsch presented the award Tuesday. Says the
Here it is.
What was your inspiration?
Tommy. I mean,
we know what it was. He says the Pinnacles National Monument was his inspiration, Jim. Since you asked. So what I did was choose some of the formations as being the center point for the project in front of our county building, he said. But some concerned residents are calling the statue offensive, saying it displays a bad message.
I mean, has she ever been to the top of the Washington Monument? What does that look like to her?
According to Elias Sanilas, also a resident, this is a phallic symbol, and it's very uncomfortable to walk into this building. Not every woman in this building sees it that way, but there are some that feel offended to walk in the building for us having a phallic symbol. The county estimates $20,000 to $50,000 is what the removal will cost.
Yeah, let me.
I like that.
That's it's a wide range.
20 to 50,000, somewhere in there.
It will take $20,000. I guarantee you, I could get 3 people in the chat room right now who could remove that and dig up the concrete, replant sod for $5,000.
Andy Dufresne could get it done in 25 years.
Andy Dufresne.
Yeah. What does she think of the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
Phallic.
Just not really into her.
I don't like a stick shift either. It should be going this way. It should be horizontal, not vertical.
Yeah.
That's trash. Presented by Mortgage Right. When it comes to home equity, bigger is always better. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a program that helps you gain more equity, and you pay less out of pocket.
She doesn't like that saying either. Bigger is always better, Brown.
It's called the Wealth Builder Program at Mortgage Right. Go big and go home. MortgageRight.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right. Todd Fuhrman, Peter Burns, Rockstar in the Lounge in the final hour. We'll knock out 4 downs when we come back here on the show. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at NASCAR.
877-GO-TO-DEGA. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. The NASCAR Series coming to Talladega next Friday with a big one on the Boulevard. Doubleheader of racing Saturday. Cole Swindell in concert Saturday. And the big one, the Geico 500 is Sunday. You can enhance your race weekend experience by getting that garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. So lock down your spot. See everything I'm talking about, all the schedule of events at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, Dry Tech is ready to help. Call Dry Tech first, not the insurance company. Dry Tech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the Dry Tech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, Dry Tech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call Dry Tech immediately, 205-637-0143.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
I'll be down at the University of Montevallo on their beautiful campus for a little nationally ranked baseball tonight from Montevallo out in the left field lounge. You can find out why your son or daughter belong at Montevallo. Take an in-person tour or go online to montevallo.edu to check out everything that Montevallo has to offer for your son or daughter as they get ready for college. That includes 23 fully funded NCAA Division II scholarship sports, so you can continue that athletic career from high school into college. They've also got a wonderful theater department. I'll be back on campus next Wednesday night for the opening of Rent, the production there. My daughter is the stage manager for that. Looking forward to that next Wednesday night for opening night of that at the multi-million-dollar theater department. Also business department and a lot more at Montevallo. You can find out everything you need about getting your son or daughter into Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu as a parent there and a person who graduated from there. Also love the tuition price point, too. Check that out, montevallo.edu. Okay, we're about to knock out 4 downs, and we appreciate Todd Fuhrman, who will be with us at the top of the hour to talk about what we're seeing with the start in baseball, the Tampa Bay Rays. That's part of 4 downs. That's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Tell us about those great locations.
Great locations of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Listen, you focus on a lot of things in the spring and summer this time of year. Do not lose focus on your vehicle. Make sure it is in great working order for all those summer plans. For the best in service, the greater Birmingham area. Think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Better chance of happening when we're back on the show on Monday at 9 a.m. Central Time. Will Tampa Bay still be unbeaten? Will they have 1 loss, 2 losses, or will they get swept by the Toronto Blue Jays on the road this weekend?
I'm going to take 2 losses. I think you'll get the record tonight and then lose the 2 weekend games.
Wow, you think they get 14 tonight?
14. They'll get number 14 tonight, then you're going to lose Saturday and Sunday.
I'm going to go 2 rainouts.
It's a dome.
It's in Toronto. They do have a retractable roof
I've
there,
been
right?
to that stadium before. I'm probably the only person on the show that's been. It was called Skydome. Oh, Lunsford's been. My apologies. It was called Skydome back then when I went. But, it was pretty nice and new then. I'm a little dated now. They've already had to redo it.
Redo it one time. So I'm going to go that they actually get swept.
Okay.
I'm going to go 13-3 when we're
reverse
back.
psychology here.
Yeah, 3-game losing streak.
Second down.
That way I'll have to start wearing all my shirts inside out at that point until they win again. More likely upset in the first round of the NBA playoffs, the Lakers over the Grizzlies or the Warriors over the Kings?
I think I'll go Warriors over Kings. I haven't looked recently at like the prices on those, but I think Lakers Grizzlies was pretty much a pick 'em, wasn't it?
Pretty much a pick 'em, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to go Warriors over Kings. I'm going to buy into the Warriors beating the Kings there.
I think both of these will happen. I'd say the most likely to happen would be the Warriors over the Kings as well. I buy into the Warriors. Just don't know a whole lot about Sacktown. Like the Grizzlies a lot, but everyone tells me that the Lakers are playing better basketball.
Yeah.
But I would go Golden State over Sacramento.
I'll be interested in the next segment to hear what Fuhrman says about some of these series because it does feel like the West is absolutely wide open in this first round.
Third down.
Josh Harris and Magic, and a group that includes Magic Johnson, but it's mostly Josh Harris. They bought the Commanders officially yesterday, $6 billion. Dan Snyder was the owner. He paid $880 million for it, so a nice return on investment there. $6 billion for the Commanders. If you're the new Commanders owners, do you change the name? I'm not saying back to the Redskins, but I'm saying do you go in now with the Commanders not being that old saying, I don't really like that name. I just paid $6 billion. Before this gets too deep into it, I want to change the name.
I would like to, yes. But finding a name like we struggled to find a name for this show. Now, I think we ended up doing a really good job.
We didn't do anything. It was all Nancy.
Nancy Henniger did a great job with Rockstar's help and inspiration there, I'm sure. It's hard to think of a name. When they were going through that whole name change, I don't know that I saw a name I liked. On top of that, I'm sure the NFL's like, look, we're not some fly-by-night league. We ain't changing names all the time. Y'all gonna stick with that one for a little bit. You bought into our league. We didn't ask you to come in, so you're gonna stick with that name. That's bad image for the NFL if you're constantly changing a franchise name. It makes you look like, some minor league.
Jay Price actually makes a great point that the Washington football team actually became very popular.
I liked it better, honestly. I always thought it was funny though on DirecTV when it would say like Dallas Cowboys versus football team. That was what the guide when I was trying to find the games I wanted to watch. It just said football team, Cowboys versus football team.
Or you could be great marketing. You could be the Washington team football and be the WTFs.
Oh,
be great hats and T-shirts and such like that.
I don't disagree with them. Washington football team, I did not hate as much as I thought I would. It is very generic, but I think they look very generic as the Commanders. Like they just got a really generic look, and I've never liked that color scheme for one thing. I've never liked that stadium. I've never really liked that franchise.
What if they did something cool, like made it the whole franchise was an NFT? Because those are they still cool right now?
I don't even know how we do that.
Are we still on NFTs?
I'm out of the NFT game.
Oh.
Once Lunsford, he tried to educate us on it one day, and I lost interest.
Do you own a pixel of the quarterback's ankle?
When he started talking to me about it, and I got really bored really quickly, like I was in Latin class or something. I was like, I don't understand anything that just came out in that sentence. And I was like, I'm going to let the people who are smarter than me in this room decide about our NFT future here at the next round.
Fourth down.
Happy birthday today to three. I was going to call them stars, but Baker Mayfield's one of them. Happy birthday, Baker Mayfield, who's 27.
And 2 stars.
Adrian Brody. Is that how you say his name?
Oscar winner for The Pianist.
Yep.
49. And Sarah Michelle Gellar is 45.
Yeah, Sarah Michelle Gellar's better looking.
Best role for each of these three.
It's got to be Buffy for Sarah Michelle.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Is that it for her? What else?
What else did she do?
She did Cruel Intentions. She did Scooby-Doo.
Cruel Intentions for me was her best role.
Scooby-Doo.
You like one scene in that.
Lunsford, I'm out.
Cruel Intentions for
Intentions.
me. Yeah. She was really a good character in that, and a good kisser. So I'm
Adrian
told.
Brody was in Predators. After he won the Oscar, he kind of fell away.
Yeah, he really has, hasn't he? I don't know what he's done since the piano.
He does all the Wes Anderson movies, which I assume you've never seen any of.
Yeah, I don't watch those.
He's in Succession.
Adrian Brody's in Succession?
In season 3, he was the guy that was on the
He's a
island.
big-time investor.
Yeah, they came to invest, make sure he had the votes.
How about, I didn't even think about that being Adrian Brody. I remember that.
And they go on the walk, and the old man
Yeah.
has issues.
Evan says Angels in the outfield for Adrian Brody.
I forgot he was in that one,
I bet
too.
he doesn't want to be known for that one.
Well, he was Tony Danza was the big guy in that one.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield is obviously quarterback at Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, it's going to be the best it ever got for him. Yes, absolutely.
And that is our 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends right there at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
That's right. Don't forget 4 great locations with the ASE certified mechanics, Vulcan Tire and Automotive, winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, Todd Fuhrman, Jimbo Fisher, what Fisher says about Texas A&M spring game tomorrow. Peter Burns, hopefully, and Rockstar in the Lounge, all that still to come. Final hour of the show. That hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go check out Champy's Chicken. Great folks there. Sterling and the crew cooking up lunch, dinner. They'll do it on the to-go for you as well. Champy'sChicken.com to take it home. And don't forget the hand-cut chicken fingers. The kids love those. It's Champy'sChicken.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes. April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately, 205-637-0143.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show on a Friday as we open up our cans of Bud Light. Thanks for them being with us. Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. We're about to head out to Vegas to talk to Todd Fuhrman. We'll tell you about this guy, Peter Burns from the SEC Network, who's actually in Birmingham, why he's here, and a lot more. Dunaway and Brown, LT, back with us on Monday. This hour of the show brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years now. Wayne's is the Southern company, starting here in Birmingham, spreading all over the SEC footprint, taking care of mosquitoes and termites and all the pests in your home, and great lawn care as well. You can save $50 off any of their platforms: mosquito service, lawn care service, the pest protection, termite protection. You can save all those, stack those up, save 50, 100, 150 bucks if you use our promo code TNR. That's for the next round, TNR, by going to the website callwaynes.com, or literally calling Wayne's at 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Happy anniversary to Wayne's. Save that money, new and existing customers as well.
Welcome in, Peter Burns, SEC Network. How are you, Burnsy?
What's up, boy? These are notes. I can't remember the last time I was in an actual studio where things actually worked and it smells new.
You want something to drink?
I would absolutely. I'm getting ready to go to work, so as much as I'd love to have a Bud Light, give me a Powerade. Powerade or water. I'm good with
Powerade
either
or
one.
water. Okay.
That's
all
it.
Right. So you're in town for a little SEC golf, right?
That's it. Yep. SEC women's golf going on right now. So the next 2 weeks we'll do women's golf, thank you, and then we'll do men's golf out of Sea Island. So we do Greystone coming up. They're finishing third round today, so they're finishing their stroke play this afternoon, and then we'll do the actual match play. The semifinals over on ESPN Plus, and then Sunday we take all over and we do SEC Network finals. So,
the years blend together for me, but we've had some dramatic finishes here recently in the golf, haven't we?
I have no idea what years. Like South Carolina's had some good ones that they've gone down. Auburn has won it. Ole Miss has won it, and so we kind of go through every single year. I don't know which years happened. They all kind of mesh together at this point, but it's awesome. And you see, there was a girl a couple of days ago or years ago. Maria Fossey for Arkansas.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you remember her.
Yeah.
Hit it like 320. And
Yeah.
I mean, it was a sight to behold. And
I
so
know.
we do that this week. And we started, televising maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And it was great because they changed it. It used to always be stroke play. And then because the NCAA championships is match play, they decided, all right, well, let's do that. It worked great for television, and then we go to Sea Island. And so it's basically the perfect excuse for me to come down here and, I need to test the golf courses to make sure, kind of get enthralled a little bit more. So it's awesome. I still can't believe this place is awesome.
Thank you, man. It means a lot that you would say that. It really does. Yeah. It does. Here's Todd Fuhrman. I did not know Peter and Todd knew each other so well.
I hate Todd Fuhrman with an absolute passion.
Yeah. How do you feel about Peter, Todd?
You know what? This is a family-friendly show, so I can't share my true sentiments. But what you guys may not know about Peter Burns is that his better half is a lot more fun to hang out with in a night in Vegas than it is to hang out with Peter. He's kind of a buzzkill in that regard. She is a whole lot of fun and couldn't be happier for those two and all the success Peter's had since we started doing radio back in his Denver days, which feels like an absolute eternity ago.
Wow, you all go that far back.
That is, yeah. I mean, so Todd, I was going to say, the last time I saw Todd, he walks in and it's kind of like Tony Soprano walking into the meat factory back in the day, whatever it was called, the Sartorelli's or whatever. Yeah. Literally, they would part the C's and the maitre d' or whatever would come out there and they're like, Mr. Fuhrman, your table's here, and we get this tomahawk steak. He lives the life. Have you visited him in Vegas?
I've never visited Fuhrman in Vegas.
He is the mayor. It is the way to do it.
You know, I used to have a lot more clout than I do now since it's a young man's game out there. But here's the thing, Peter, about all that. Peter, you at least pick up the phone. You reach out when you come to Vegas. Brownie Dunaway doesn't even bother. I mean, he comes out to Vegas. He's handing out losers like he's Santa Claus in the sports book during the NCAA tournament, and I don't even get a simple text to try and fade him or try and walk around with the Nick Papagiorgio treatment.
That's the way he is.
2-30 when I was there for the NCAA tournament in the sports book.
You heard that right. He was 2-30.
That's actually impressive. The fade Dunaway is actually a play there.
That's right.
But and Lance always says, have you contacted Fuhrman? And I just don't want to weigh you down is why. And then if you start being seen in Vegas with the cooler, nobody's going to allow you in places anymore if you're seen with me. I do you a favor by not calling you.
Oh, I didn't say I was going to take you to the hot spots. I'd probably shuffle you off the strip, let you pick up the check at a local establishment. I mean, I'm not going to all the spots where all the A-listers and everybody decides the hobnob done away. I'm taking you out in the shadows, and we're going to a little bit of a grinder joint for some good chicken parm off the strip.
Hey, trust me, if it wasn't for the 2 wins when I was 2-30, I was afraid I was going to be in the desert anyway. I didn't think I could pay the
are
bill.
you a Tuesday night date? not like a Friday or Saturday night, but like, hey, Tuesday night, like, just come over to the house, we'll Netflix and chill, and we'll get that away.
Tuesday night.
I figured it out.
Really nice 4:30 dinner.
Yes. I've been snuck out of a lot of back doors in my day, too. Never out the front door.
Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Dunaway just asking 4 downs. Because these prices on these series that are coming up in the NBA, Fuhrman, are very interesting in the West. He said, would you take Lakers over Grizz or Warriors over Kings? And you got to think on both of them.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing that's interesting, and it shows obviously the separation between the haves and the have-nots in the NBA. When you have the 1 versus 8, and you're talking about $8 or $9 as kind of the prevailing price tag that's out there. You mentioned that Lakers-Grizz series, and we actually saw the Grizz open as a $1.30 favorite when those numbers first hit the board. Numbers leaked out a little bit to $1.45. What's interesting about it is the disparity that you can find if you shop around. Books known to cater to a much more recreational bettor who's looking for some of that name recognition is going to get a significantly shorter price if they want to back the Lakers than compared to books that'll take larger limits. I think the biggest question that the Grizz are going to have to try and figure out is what will life look like without Steven Adams? I mean, not having that big body in the middle to control the paint against a healthy Anthony Davis is a big blow. But I think from a youth and athleticism standpoint, I'm just not sure how the Lakers match up over the course of a best-of-7. But it's obviously imperative that Memphis gets off to a quick start and would probably lean towards the Grizz laying the modest number of 3 in Game 1.
Is there a value, Todd, as far as like when you look at it from a play, just be like, even whether it's a series or to win the Western or Eastern Conference, like is there a value play that you think is out there instead of going with just chalk?
You know, honestly, I don't see a ton. And that's the one thing that's so much different when you look at the NHL playoffs versus handicapping the NBA, where the cream typically rises to the top. And I've seen people trying to advocate for the Clippers, maybe being able to put a scare into the Phoenix Suns. We've seen that number come down from right around minus 550 into the minus 450 range. But I just can't get there knowing this Suns team with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker is significantly better. And I think every game that they get under their belt, they're only going to head in the right direction. If you're looking for a little bit of value in the first round, honestly, I'd be looking to bet the 76ers to either sweep the series against the Brooklyn Nets or win in 5. I just don't know how Brooklyn stays competitive here. Granted, Doc Rivers no strangers to coming up short in postseason series with expectations, but this feels like the biggest mismatch, at least of the series that we know about now, and I would be stunned if the Brooklyn Nets are able to make this to 6 games or further.
LT and I made a stake before he lost his tonsils, a stake bet on next one of these to win a major in golf. I got Brooks Koepka. He got Jordan Spieth. Who got the better end of the deal, in your opinion?
I mean, as long as Brooks remembers that it takes 72 holes to win a major and an event on the PGA Tour, you just can't put the green jacket on after 54. It's a little bit of a different dynamic. I actually like what I saw out of Brooks there. I think we saw some of that fire and the level of frustration that you'd like from a former champion in that kind of spot. Now, I'm not sure any of the next couple courses set up optimally for either of those guys. We know Jordan Spieth has made himself at home at the Open Championship in the past and performed well at Augusta. But I actually agree with you there. I think I'd rather have Brooks to win a major before I would Jordan Spieth, at least at this point.
Do you think, and I saw that Rory's former agent, which there could be some bad blood there, says he doesn't think Rory can ever win at Augusta. It does seem like it's in his head a little bit now.
Did he just? He just got fined what $3 million today, right?
For not playing. For not playing at Hilton Head. He's not necessarily a fine. He's not going to get the bonus. He was due a bonus on the player.
That's still a fine.
It is still
basically,
a fine.
It basically is a fine.
It's $3 million. He's not
Especially if
gonna
he
get.
spends money like I do. If I'm getting it, I've already spent it.
Yeah, I think what's interesting, I give the PGA credit. I was surprised, honestly. I don't follow golf that much on a week-in, week-out basis, but to see the star-studded field at the RBC a week after the Masters and then Rory withdrawing, you can understand why. But to your guys' point, I think Rory's his own worst enemy when it comes to going to Augusta. And I'll almost put him in the same bucket as Justin Thomas. It feels like both of those guys, when they get there, they want to win the tournament so badly that sometimes they become their own worst enemy. And for somebody that bet Rory to finish in the top 10 at minus $1.30, I mean, that was about as fast a donation as I could have made to any of the sports books in town. Those are two guys that I don't feel comfortable betting because you're paying a premium to bet them at Augusta. And until I see them get through the first 18 holes and kind of exercise some of those demons, I don't think I want them on my betting card starting in 2024 and going forward.
I was going to say, there can't be much value about betting an actual winner before a tournament. I feel like that's more like that's been the best part, Todd, of now that we get kind of live betting, and now you can get an opportunity of say, hey, top 10 finish or top 20 finish. But as far as like the live betting aspect of golf, I almost feel like you want to get a round underneath your belt and find value, as opposed to you're not going to get the value of betting somebody on 9-1, 10-1 when you got a pretty damn good field.
It depends on the tournament, and the reason I say that is Augusta has lent itself to favorites doing extremely well. You look at the odds that the average winner has had, and no better than 25 or 30-1. Of course, John Rahm, he goes off at about 8.5 or 9-1. But you mentioned live betting, Peter, and he drifted all the way out to the 15-1 range after he double bogeyed the first hole of the entire weekend. Had all of us known about the text messages from J.J. Watt and Zach Ertz, then he would have had that chip on his shoulder, and you might have wanted to make a stronger case. But betting outright winners in golf is one of the more difficult tasks that are out there, because I think a lot of people want to have that winner each and every week. But the professional bettors that do it, if they're looking to try and take prices, they're fine going 6, 8, 10 tournaments before they'll land a winner, because it's all about profit over a larger sample size. And a great illustration right now, when we look at the RBC, I mean, if you were betting first round leaders, 110-1 was the going rate on Aaron Rai, the way he finished off round one earlier today. That's going to put a lot of salve in wounds for a number of tournaments that have gone against you, over the last 6 to 8 months if you're betting this stuff on a weekly basis.
Fuhrman, I'm interested as we get closer to the draft. I saw Kuiper now has Bryce Young back to number 1. Has that changed the betting window in Vegas? And now that we're into what they call the liar's window, where everybody's putting false truths out there, does the betting number hold pretty solid all the way up until the draft?
100%. Anytime a mock draft comes out from a Todd McShay, a Mel Kiper, a Dane Brugler, and a lot of the guys that are well respected, you're going to see these odds take wild swings. And C.J. Stroud had been the odds-on favorite. You're not looking at Bryce Young not just as a short favorite, but he's out to minus 450 at a lot of books. And so for those folks new to sports betting, that suggests nearly an 80% probability that he is going to be the top pick. You have to put up $4.50 to make $1. But what I think is interesting when you look at the guys, and Peter's around these quarterbacks more than anybody, especially in the SEC, I still don't think all of the buzz on Anthony Richardson is going to completely subside. He's the one that's kind of fallen off the radar, and I know he's not ready to play right now. Any of us that have watched Florida football for extended stretches last year watched him basically skip balls like he was an SEC caliber shortstop more often than not. But I think if you're a team and you believe in a guy that's got the highest ceiling of the 3 guys that are being talked about, Richardson still has the potential and may come away as the most the most talented resume when all the dust settles. I'm just not sure Carolina wants to go in that direction. But it seems unusual that Frank Reich, who has gravitated towards bigger quarterbacks like Phillip Rivers and Carson Wentz while he was head coach in Indianapolis, may want to go with Bryce Young if they're worried about durability at all.
Todd, I'm fascinated by all the different tools they have here in the studio that actually works. And I'm seeing this. Riley Stevens is in here and says, "What do you think about Stanley Cup playoffs? Is there a value there in that play?"
For me, when I look at the odds here, the team that jumps off the page for me, and I've had them power rated the best team in the Western Conference, going on about 5 weeks now, would be the Edmonton Oilers. So if you can shop around and find the Oilers at a price of 10-1 or greater, that would probably be the best value proposition. I've kind of steered clear of the Eastern Conference. Boston is the rightful favorite, but you're not stealing anything with their number. But we've seen it time and time again. It's been over 10 years since the President's Trophy winner has gone on to win the Stanley Cup since the Blackhawks did it in 2013. So betting into the Boston Bruins market now, it's a little bit of buyer beware. I think the Oilers are the most intriguing. And if you're looking a little bit further down the board for a dark horse of sorts, the Dallas Stars would be a team that checks a lot of boxes for me. The problem being is they have a coach who can get his team to the Stanley Stanley Cup Finals, but Peter DeBoer has never been able to get over the hump and have his name engraved on the Holy Grail.
Like, I don't even know if that's true, anything he just said, but he says it so confidently that I'm all in. Like, can you stump up?
Nope.
No, we've tried before.
Pakistani cricket Series B. Who do you like coming out of that division in Pakistan?
You know, I'm not sure I can go that far, but I will put something right in your wheelhouse, Peter, because I know you live for college baseball, and I started digging into those markets a little bit to try and find a team that I think can come from off the beaten path. And so for me, I'll take a mid-major right now that you can find in that 65-70 to 1 range, and that would be the Campbell Camels, who performed admirably last year, came up a bit short, got shafted with their bracket being stuck in Knoxville against the Tennessee Volunteers. So while you guys love to drink the SEC Kool-Aid, and I can understand why, given what Peter's beloved LSU Tigers are doing, mashing the baseball right now, Campbell would be a team that I think if they get the right draw can surprise a lot of people, and I'd be willing to plunk down a few bucks at a price of 60 to 1 or higher.
Watch this. Within $1,000, the Bitcoin price right now, Fuhrman.
Oh, come on. That's easy, guys. I mean, I get that stuff updated to me daily in my inbox along with some of the financial markets. You know, well, early this morning we were north of 30, so hopefully we've been able to hold those key levels and try and go. I mean, you know as well as I do, Brownie, that's a massive part of my retirement plan. So the faster we get that thing up to, $1 million a coin is when I can call you boys on Wednesday mornings from Turks and Caicos breaking down the college football.
Then Dunaway will talk to Fuhrman. Then Dunaway will call him.
Then
when
I
he's
want
in
that
town.
Tuesday night reservation.
And you know what, boys? That's when I definitely won't return Dunaway's calls. I'll send him directly to voicemail.
Yeah, you always call us on phone, not video. You'd see me shooting double birds to you right now. That's what I'm sending.
30,269 currently. So yes, we're still above the 30,000.
How's Ethereum? Is Ethereum still at 1,900?
I would have to go look at Ethereum.
Okay.
Not holding
We've climbed through the 2,000 range there. At least it was around 2,100 before. So a lot of optimism around the crypto market amid speculation with Fed tightening or potentially loosening in the June meeting.
Yeah.
I'm ready to hurt again.
$2,073 for Ethereum right now.
Hey, tell me real quickly, the Rays tonight, my team, a chance to break the record in Toronto?
You know, what they're doing is incredible, and I have to give the team a ton of credit because if you ask the average Joe on the street to name some of the Rays, they may give you Wander Franco, they may give you Tyler Glasnow, who's obviously trying to come back and had a recent bullpen session, but what they're doing, putting the world on notice, and you've seen them take money. Actually, they've gone from right around a pick 'em against Jose Barrios out to a minus $1.20, and Drew Rasmussen giving people reason to believe, albeit 2 starts against inferior opponents. We'll see if he's able to keep up those strong numbers. But let's see when Jeffrey Springs gets back, if it's not Tommy John, but it feels like the Rays just plug and chug starters. This team looks to check a lot of the key boxes that you want from a legitimate threat in the AL East and the American League as a whole.
There you go. Todd Fuhrman, bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com, and at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. Thank you for the time, Fuhrman. See you next Wednesday.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Have a great weekend.
All right. Thank you for your flexibility this week, too. Fuhrman normally with us on Wednesdays. We had to move him to Friday this week because of our power outage in our building.
Yeah, our friends at NASCAR never lacking any power. They're coming back to Talladega later this month. You can be in the grandstands for the world's fastest speedway, Brownie.
Yeah, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It all starts Friday with a big one on the Boulevard, biggest party you'll see anywhere. Doubleheader of racing Saturday with Cole Swindell in concert. And then Sunday, it is the Geico 500. Enhance your weekend by adding that Talladega Garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. It is presented by Cool Ray. You can see it all. Get your tickets. Reserve your spot at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
We've talked Bitcoin and we've talked golf. We'll talk a little bit more about what Peter Burns knows. A little SEC football spring games coming up in the next segment. Show brought to you in part by our great friends at Slice. Thanks for hosting us when our power was out here this week. Slice, 4 great locations. They have them in Crestline, the Vestavia location, Montevallo, and of course the original, the OG, down in Lakeshore. Great pizza right there, unbelievable crust, organic sides, and just a great variety of different pizzas. The Hot Mama, the Spicy Hawaiian, and a lot more. It's Slice Pizza. Great place to grab lunch or dinner today.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Back with you on The Next Round. As we do every Friday, Rockstar will sing us into the weekend. Rockstar's Lounge, episode 2 of this year. Coming up in the next segment. We're going to talk a little football, though, with the SEC Network and ESPN's Peter Burns, who is in studio with us. Michelson Laser Vision. Our audience never forgets anything.
Nope.
They want to know if Peter's on his way to Michelson Laser Vision. They bring you this segment in one day, man. We're going to get you.
I'm in. I came in early. I got to get the call. Like I put that on Brown.
Actually,
basically,
it's on Lance.
Or is it on Lance?
You're going to blame Lance for that.
I always blame the guy who's not here. I like that.
Would be
that
Lance.
That is the way to get it done. That's all right.
We'll get it done. That mic the whole time, though. That thing's not going to stay up there.
We'll get it done.
You're good.
We'll get it done. By the way, I had no idea how bad the golf hat tan is until I look and see. Right here.
Oh, yeah, you're not PGA Tour level, though.
Oh, have you seen like Furyk?
Yeah.
Furyk, he takes it off, and it is two different colors.
Look at your single shot. It is pretty bad.
Yeah, but I've got where I do that now because I'm totally bald that when I'm standing around waiting for other guys to putt, I take my hat off.
Yeah, just to get a little sun?
Just to get a little sun while I'm waiting for everyone to putt out because I'm always closest to the hole.
Michelson Laser Vision. They're going to fix Bernsey with that LASIK. They fixed Lance. Dr. Mark Michelson, his daughter, Dr. Jennifer Michelson, the innovators in this in LASIK vision repair, the laser vision and the LASIK surgery. 969-8100. Call Amy. So you want to get that vision that Lance got. Get that fighter pilot vision back. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
I don't know how they got into the corn dog discussion over there, but I love a dang corn dog. Anybody else like corn dogs?
I like corn dogs.
By the way, that was always like a big deal about LSU people. It's like, like the Katy Perry corn dog. I'm like,
Right.
I don't take that as a front whatsoever.
Oh.
Like, I'm from Baton Rouge, and I'm like, I'm fine with the corn dog. Love
Yeah, I never really got it either.
I'd never,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, I've always loved a corn dog. I like them almost burnt. I like them extra crunchy.
No.
My problem is I don't know if you've ever met anyone that has a problem with wooden sticks. Like I can't eat popsicles on a wooden stick.
Just like some weird, like you had like a bad situation. Like you got caught like a splinter or something like that back in the day.
It's a texture thing from the tongue depressor they put on you when
That's
you were
right.
a kid.
In the old days, the tongue depressor, when they would put it in your mouth, it would gag me. So anytime I get that wooden stick, I start to gag. It's a gag reflex. So I can't eat popsicles. So at some point on the corn dog, I have to pull off.
We found his weakness.
I have to uncomfortably pull the corn dog off the stick and finish eating it that way.
There are so many uncomfortable parts about the corn dog and the gagging and the like. This is I'm not.
Hi,
I'm
I'm Jim.
spot.
Have you met me before?
Yeah,
I
not
get
in
into a lot of
here.
uncomfortable situations.
Tickle my uvula.
Is that what you're going to be singing later? There's a deep cut. I'm looking forward to that.
Do you have a request for Rockstar? He was looking for some inspiration for the lounge.
No, I'm good with
just a genre.
I'm good with anything. Actually, Cole, they were talking about Cole Swindell. Right?
Yeah.
Do you have
Rockstar will not do much country.
You don't do much
I'm not a
country?
big country guy. I like
Yeah.
old
Oh, I may
Johnny
have lost
Cash
you.
and stuff like that.
I may have lost. I was just telling about how everything was working. I may have lost you. So
No, I don't do country.
Sounds good. I don't know what you're saying, but you're
He
good.
doesn't do country.
I really
Don't do
despise
country.
you.
Yeah.
Can you do ska? Can I get like
Ska?
some
Oh, hell yeah.
oh yeah, really? Like Mighty Mighty Boss Tones or something like that?
Or some scat. Some
I can't hear it.
I don't know why you can't hear
Wow,
it.
that's
I don't know. I
weird.
broke something. Like there it is. I started talking bad about Dunaway, and he's like, yeah, and he hits the button probably.
Wait until that chair starts moving out into the lobby real quick electronically. Can you hear us though? Okay.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah, that's
I got you.
interesting. I don't know.
We're going to talk a little SEC football here because we got some spring games coming up this weekend. That includes Tennessee. There seems to be a belief that Tennessee may take a step back from last year after they burst onto the scenes because of the receivers they lost. But as you get ready for this spring game, a quarterback battle of interest, a lot of faith in that Josh Heupel is going to basically reload that receiving core and go back out there.
Yeah, and I don't think it necessarily matters in the East. Of course, this is more than likely the last year, right, that we have an East and West, which
Right.
kind of stinks, but that's a whole different topic of conversation. Like for me, if I look at Tennessee this year, I look at it and I go, just don't backslide immensely, because I look at like the future of it. I don't think anybody gets by Georgia in the East, but I look at it and go, make sure you win at least 9 games. Make sure you're still giving recruits a reason that you want to come play for Heupel's offense, that it wasn't just a Hendon Hooker, Jalen Hyatt type situation. And so for me, because I look at college football being like 3.0 starting in 2024 when you got a 12-team playoff, like that to me should be how every single team is trying to retool. If you can't compete for a national championship this year, how are you building it to where when you have the first year of a 12-team playoff, you are in contention? Because that's how we're going to measure success, I think, in college football, like we do in college basketball. It's not, hey, you finished second or third in the SEC standings. It's, did you make the tournament? Well, now that we're going to have 12 teams in college football,
That's right.
It doesn't really matter. It's like, did you do enough to get you into the 12-team dance? And so for me, I look at this and I go, I don't know if it's going to be, I would imagine it's Milton. They got Nico coming in as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does on Saturday a little bit, the quote-unquote $8 million arm. But how do you make sure that when you're calling a recruit that they are pumped and they know they're going to put up numbers? I feel like this is more of an offensive-minded year versus a wins and loss year. Heupel will never say that, but I think that should be the mentality for some teams of how to build towards 2024.
But to your point, if they're 10-2, I mean, he's I think done a tremendous job. If they're 10-2 now, I don't know. I mean, I think they could go 10-2. But I mean, I think that's a really good job. I mean, that would be only
as long as you don't have like after LSU caught lightning in a bottle in 2019, and then you had COVID, and you had a bunch of different things. It was a disaster, right? For many different reasons. There was a bunch of ancillary stuff going on, but that hurt LSU to a certain extent, right? And then it was like, well, it was just one hit wonder. It was Justin Jefferson. It was Jamar Chase. It was Joe Burrow. They caught lightning in a bottle. You just have to prove you didn't catch lightning in a bottle again. And to me, that offense should at least guarantee you in the East, which I don't think is going to be really strong this year, should get you at least 7 wins, 8 wins, and then you got to win, 1 or 2 more that I think they're capable of doing.
Florida,
real quick though, if you had to rank them, I'm sure you guys have done this. If you could only watch one spring game this Saturday, because I think there's like 7 or 8 of them, is Tennessee number 1? I wouldn't have Tennessee as number 1.
In the SEC, yes.
You would have Tennessee as your number 1 spring game.
Well, no.
No dog in the hunt.
No.
You're just going to watch one spring game.
Are they miking up Jimbo and Bobby Petrino? Because I'd go Texas A&M.
But all joking aside, that would be my number 1. Connor Wegman coming back, what this team is going to look like, just to see the relationship between Jimbo and Petrino and how that necessarily works. Do they lean into it?
Yeah, but
I think that's fascinating.
I think the only thing that baits me in with Tennessee is I've not seen Ahmed Leyva. How am I saying it now?
I don't know. Let's go to the expert.
Iamaleava.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. We missed that.
Well, I don't think it's been said one time that way on this show.
And I said it confidently enough that I think that's it.
Sold me
so
on it.
Let's go that.
Peter is SEC Network,
Iamaleava.
and he said it very, very confidently. But I have not seen Nico play. If I could see, I want to see Nico play. I mean, that's why that would appeal to me the most. I would have said Ole Miss. Richard Cross was on in the second hour.
How many 19 quarterbacks do they have?
Well, but I mean, Richards talks, and a lot of people over there talk like it's a done deal with Jackson Dart now. That Dart has done enough in spring that it's going to be a massive upset if he doesn't have that
Which
job.
is hilarious because now you end up having Spencer Sanders come in from Oklahoma State, right? You had Walker Howard leave where his dad was a quarterback, Jamie Howard at LSU, and I know that Jaden Daniels coming back changes it. But that's fascinating to me. And no one has still proven to me or explained to me the actual laws of how many times you can transfer anymore.
Yeah, because people say, well,
is it COVID year?
I know.
Is it a transfer?
But people
you can
say
and cannot do this.
That
I have
Sanders
no
is
idea.
just going to punch out. And I'm like, I don't know if he can. He just transferred in.
But if he used, Bo Nix,
his one-time transfer.
If he used his grad transfer from Oklahoma State to Ole Miss, he still has a one-time transfer
or
from
vice
Ole
versa.
Miss
If he
out.
one-time transfer.
Are there rules anymore?
That's
I'm being dead serious. Did you see the Arkansas stuff today where they just passed the name, image, and likeness rule that says that a student athlete can not be held accountable as long as they follow the state law. They won't be held accountable according to NCAA guidelines, nor can an NCAA investigation that can hurt the universities in the state. So basically they told the NCAA to kick rocks anymore. They're like, okay, even if you said this is not, it goes against NCAA rules, the state of Arkansas passed legislation today or last night that said you can't hurt the student athlete and you can't hurt the university. So what?
Well, that's what we like to call a loophole right there.
Oklahoma's doing it. So now if you're
everybody will do it now.
Alabama, Alabama's going to do it. Florida's
Real quickly
in
Montgomery, Nick Saban's on the bat phone right now going, hey, Kay, wake up, Kay, wake up.
Yeah. I think it's probably a race to see who can introduce the bill first because he's a hero.
But that's how this thing started because in California they had it and they said, listen, we're all going to do this. It's going to be Wild Wild West. Let's do this in 2025. It gives everybody 2 or 3 years to get their ducks in a row.
Right.
We'll work with it. And then Florida was the first to come out and be like, the hell with that. We're doing it tomorrow.
Right.
And then everybody chased Florida. Then they realized it was better to not have laws on the books and threaten, have the NCAA come after you, which they're not going to do, than to actually have laws. So then they repealed their own laws.
But see, I think it works better with fewer rules, right? We had too many rules for a while.
Yeah, because you can't govern Alabama the same way you're going to govern Central Arkansas State Tech.
Right.
You can't. There's too much money involved in it anymore. And then now basically some of these states are just being like, bro, bring it. Come after me. And who do you follow? Do you follow NCAA laws? Do you follow your state law, which basically shields you from this? How does the SEC office deal with any of this? They do a great job of trying to keep it as square and fair for every single one of their member institutions. Well, what happens if this institution's not playing by the same laws in the lifeblood of SEC, of college athletics, which is recruiting?
Yeah.
That's impossible. And they can't go and step in because if they do, they'll be in the same case of the NCAA where they'll get lawyers starting to sue you and get sue happy.
They keep waiting for the federal government to do something. And I think we saw that was a
yeah, you're away forever on that.
Yeah, it wasn't going to happen.
Or when they do it, it's going to be wrong. They're going to screw it up.
Yeah, it's a moving target in the NIL. A little bit more football right after Brownie tells us about his new remodeled bathroom that he got with our friends at A+.
Oh, you're going to love this, Bernsey. I got some before and after photos of the bathroom. A+, there's my before, all right? My house was built early 2000s. The bathroom looked that way.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's the before. Wait till you see the after. What are you laughing at?
Whoa.
Yeah, look at the after. Look at the after. A+. My guy, Brad Bell, does that kind of work.
Look at that shower.
That shower, man.
of champions.
Shower of champions right there at the Brown house.
You had an opportunity for you and Dunaway to be in the tub together like the old commercials.
Yes,
that would have been the best ad ever.
Right? You would have loved it, Rockstar. Yeah, like the Sildenafil commercials or whatever that is.
Cialis is the one that's popping to mind for me.
All of them. All of them. My wife, Jennifer Brown, she wanted that bathroom updated. So she scoured the internet, read reviews, talked to people that used all these contractors. She picked Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Home Remodeling. I am so glad she did. You can call him anywhere from Huntsville to Mobile, Anniston to Tuscaloosa. He can help you. 205-422-1758. Say, hey, I want that bathroom to look like Brownies. 205-422-1758. That is Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Home Remodeling.
Did you do a welfare check with your boy Doring after Florida's spring game last night?
It was. I did not. I was giving him a little time to kind of relax after that. It did not look good.
It did not. No.
But I will. We brought this up on our show this morning. It's a spring football game, right? You're just trying to figure out. I don't think Billy Napier cares what it looks like, but he should care. And the only reason why I say this is that there is going to be headlines. When you have your showcase on a Thursday, there's going to be headlines if it didn't go well. And I've seen coaches, I think Mizzou did this a couple years ago with Drink, is that he made it just like the score was astronomical. It was like 74 to 61 or something like that.
Like you got a point for every yard.
Wonky. But yeah, there were points. And so what happened is that even though the product didn't look good, the marketing of the event. So, like, I would have wished that Napier could have played the same exact game and they might have struggled, but if they set up a spring game to look a little different, I don't think that people would have been so over the top, like, Jack Miller's no longer here, not going to be good, or Graham Mertz, what's going to happen? Like, that's why you have a damn spring game, is to figure out who the hell's on your roster at that point.
But, we spent a lot of time, because it was a talking point in this state with Hugh Freeze bringing it up and John Summerall, Nick Saban talking about it, about a competitive spring game. Troy plays Florida, Alabama. But I told Dunaway earlier, doesn't this reaction, everybody's like, who's against this? And the coaches all talk like they're for it. But if Billy Napier had played Troy last night and lost, or even if it's 14-10, look at the reaction just to him losing to his own team or playing his own team. I don't think coaches want that type of microscope on them in a spring game.
No, because then you're going to put yourself on a hot seat before the season even starts. So we happen to do that here, where it just means more. And then the sport of college football.
I could legit see a coach getting fired for a spring game outcome. He'd have to be on the hot seat anyway.
Yeah, give me the reason, and that it ends up being another reason. It all comes down to dollars and cents, right? Like, would you be able to televise said event, and would those events worth the dollars and cents where an athletic director says, hey, we might take some hell about this, but guess what? Like, you're going to go ahead and do it because it's going to mean an extra $6.5 million. Because now the new rules that came out yesterday, according to NCAA, you are no longer limited on how many official visits you can do.
We were talking about that earlier. It was weird that it was 5 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it was always weird at 5, but at least you could budget it, because what would happen is that's a way you keep a level playing field. You're like, hey, man, Troy's only going to get 5 official visits. Same thing with Alabama. You can only get 5 official visits, or whatever the number. Well, now who do you think is going to do more official roll out the red carpets? The Alabamas, the Ohio States of the world, or the Louisiana Techs and the Cal Berkeleys of the world? Pretty sure it's going to be the Alabamas and the Ohio States and the Georgias of the world.
Caleb makes a great point over in the chat room today. If Brian Harsin had played Troy and lost last year, he would have not made it out of the spring game.
Yeah, when they tried...
Because he almost got fired for going to Mexico.
Yeah, when they tried the coup, and that didn't work, if he had played Troy and lost, then they'd be like, see, we tried to tell you.
Yep.
And then that might have been all they needed.
All right.
That's why coaches will be against it. They won't say that. Yeah. But that's why a lot of coaches will be against it.
Peter Burns in studio with us, SEC Network. He's in town. I won't tell you his hotel, but he'll be out at Greystone.
Or maybe you will. It depends.
I have my guess. I don't know where you're staying, but I have my guess where you're staying. It's your favorite hotel in town. It's a great choice by you. But he'll be out at Greystone with the fun that's going on with the SEC Women's Championships this weekend. And then he's off to where?
Sea Island.
Sea Island. Yep. To get the men's championship, and then you always see him and hear him on the SEC Network, and we appreciate his friendship. He's on our show a lot as well. When we come back, Rockstar slides into the lounge. A lot of great suggestions, Rockstar, from the chat room, but that includes people say we should you should do it like every Friday. We just start the first 2 hours. Biggest tip, you get to play that person's song.
Ooh, I like that idea.
Financial
I'm
tip.
totally in. You can reverse it from last week.
Yep.
Can we?
Is this like a Howl at the Moon, dueling pianos type situation where it's like, can you play me one song and somebody comes up with $20 and they're play Sweet Home Alabama?
I'll definitely try it.
We'll just do a virtual tip jar and just have people, ready to Venmo it in there. And once that Venmo clears, boom, you play that song for them.
I would like something from the Frozen 2 soundtrack. Or
Let
maybe
It Go
something with
Again.
Michael Bolton.
Let It Go, the remix.
Yeah.
All right, Rockstar's Lounge when we come back on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
All right, back with you now in the next round. Rockstar slides into the lounge. Back in the old day, we used to have lava lamps and throw cushions and stuff. We got to get the lava lamps at some point this summer to be behind you.
How many did we have? Like 4 or 5?
We had It was 4 or 5.
The best is when they get old and they start getting congealing and they don't bubble up anymore.
Yeah.
After about 2 weeks.
Then they're just lamps at that point.
You know who will end up doing this for us? Kelsey.
She's going to go get us some lava
absolutely will
lamps.
find us some lava lamps.
Found a fact about Kelsey yesterday after the show.
Oh.
Kinsey plays guitar.
Are you
She
kidding
does
me?
not.
She would not touch my guitar, but I said she plays guitar. So Kelsey, happy birthday last week, and come out and play the guitar one night.
Happy Guitar Day today.
Dr. B is getting LT's hair correct, and we had people that were joking about, man, Dr. B's doing a job on Lance when Peter was sitting in his chair.
I know. It's grown right back.
Yeah, it's grown back. He looks younger and everything, man.
Dr. B is our guy that is taking care of LT, Dr. Beckenstein, and he's done a tremendous job at Lance's hair. He can help you as well. Men or women, by the way. 205-319-0316, 205-319-0316, T3hair.net. It started with just that consultation right there in Dr. B's office. They performed some genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment, and then they went over those results. And Lance picked the non-invasive laser treatment, and it has increased the thickness of his hair by, at last check, 14 to 15% already. You can get these same results, male or female, by the way. For more than 20 years, Dr. Beckenstein's been helping both with a wide range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call him today, 205-319-0316. Get that free no-risk appointment there so you can see if they can help you as well. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316 to set up a consultation today.
All right, it looks like Jamie from Franklin, Tennessee has made the largest tip for Rockstar today. What did Jamie request, Rockstar?
Oh, Jamie, I'm going to give you 2 songs. Which one do you want? Inside Out by Eve 6. You've probably heard it before, I know. Or Plush by Stone Temple Pilots, because I think somebody requested Plush last week.
I want to go Inside Out, Eve 6.
Okay.
All right.
Are you disappointed in my choices?
Oh,
Are you not entertained?
No, I gave you 2 choices. You picked one.
All right.
This is Eve 6, Inside Out.
All right. This is Rockstar in his Next Round Lounge.
I would swallow my pride, I would choke on the rinds, but the lack thereof would leave me empty inside. I'd swallow my doubt, turn it inside out, find nothing but faith in nothing. Wanna put my tender heart in a blender, watch it spin around to a beautiful oblivion. Rendezvous, now I'm through with you. I burn like a wicker cabinet, a chalk white and oh so frail. I see our time has gotten stale. The tick-tock of the clock is painful, all sane and logical. I wanna tear it off the wall. I hear words in clips and phrases, I think sick like ginger ale. My stomach turns and I exhale. I would swallow my pride, I would choke on the rinds, but the lack thereof would leave me empty inside. I'd swallow my doubt, turn it inside out, find nothing but faith in nothing. I wanna put my tender heart in a blender, watch it spin around to a beautiful oblivion. Rendezvous, now I'm through with you. SoCal is where my mind stays, but it's not my state of mind. I'm not as ugly, sad as you. Or am I origami, folded up and just pretend, demented the powers in your head. And I would swallow my pride, I would choke on the rinds, but the lack thereof would leave me empty inside. I'd swallow my doubt, turn it inside out, find nothing but faith in nothing. I wanna put my tender heart in a blender, watch it spin around to a beautiful oblivion. Rendezvous, now I'm through with you. Rendezvous.
Oh, great note.
Rendezvous. Are you alone? One you don't know you need, take a heat, feed your ego. Make me blind when your eyes close, sinking when you get close, tie me to the bedpost. Are you alone? I'm the one you don't know you need, no you don't know you need me. Make me blind when your eyes close, tie me to the bedpost. I must swallow my pride, I will choke on the rinds, but the lack thereof will leave me empty inside. Swallow my doubt, turn it inside out, find nothing but faith
Rockstar in the lounge today, getting into the weekend. Several questions, including a Rockstar from Brandon. Did you play with a pick when you played with the Black Jacket Symphony as Lindsey Buckingham?
Ben Owens did the majority of the heavy guitar work. I was the acoustic stuff. The only song I did not play with the pick was Secondhand News, which is the start of the actual album Rumors. But no, I am the strict chord player. Lindsey Buckingham is way, 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 way above me.
Jay says the worst part about playing guitar as a stress relief is cutting the end of your fingers. They get pretty deep gash 2 days ago on the injury reserve playing those. How much should you have to build up the skin, the calluses on your fingers?
It takes a long time because I remember beginning guitar, even taking the shower when the hot water would hit them. There'd be long nights where you'd bleed and everything, but you have to keep your calluses up because I remember I did get a manicure one time, and this was about the past 2 years, and the lady didn't speak very good English. I said, "You're going to notice calluses on my fingers. Do not touch those." And it took about 6 explanations about, "Do what? Don't." And she looked at, "You got bad." I was like, "I know. Don't touch them."
I need those.
I need those. I'm using those.
As unattractive as they are, I need them.
Okay, as always, we get a bonus song from Rockstar coming up in our final segment. I would say with the reaction when I chose the wrong song that maybe you should do Plush on the other side.
Yep.
We'll do that when we come back right here. Final segment, 1 to go on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to TimberlineGC.com. TimberlineGC.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
All right, back with you on the Next Round. Final segment today brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. I will tell you that a great read from Chris Vanini of The Athletic Inside the offices and the inner workings of UAB football with Trent Dilfer, national exposure for UAB. If you did not read that this week, it's good to catch up over the weekend. If you're an athletic subscriber, that's a good read this weekend. And also, don't forget, USFL starts tomorrow on Fox. And tomorrow night at Protective Stadium, the Birmingham Stallions, the champs, host New Jersey, the rival Generals, taking you back to some great games in the 80s when Herschel Walker and Donald Trump were with the Generals, and Cliff Stout, Joe Cribbs, and all those guys with the Stallions. A lot of fun tomorrow night, Protective Stadium, 6:30 kick for that.
Yeah, and if you've been out with this weather getting a little better, and maybe you're you're hurting a little more than you thought you would, that spring cleaning, you hurt your shoulder. Well, our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics are rebuilding champions both on and off the field. So make that appointment now to have all that cleaned up. 9 locations, the Birmingham Metro, 855-219-6200 or precisionsportsortho.com.
I will tell you, Brownie, I hurt my right knee in a trap shot the other day. What did I do wrong there?
Hit it in the trap to begin with.
Yeah. I just twisted it in in the sand, I guess.
So. I don't know.
I was limping the rest of the way like Tiger, but I finished. I finished the 18.
That's good, man. I'm glad you
had a rough time.
Aren't you glad he fall through,
He had a
Rockstar?
rough day. The trap door, whatever knee thing is nothing. Least of my
Oh, that did
concerns.
happen first.
Yeah.
Before the quote unquote incident.
You didn't get a lunch either. My God.
I know, what a day.
You ordered it twice.
Yeah, I don't even know why I played that stupid sport. All right, one more bonus song to take us to the top of the hour. Rockstar, the other song you offered up was Plush. That seemed to be very popular with our viewers and listeners in the chat room. You want to do that one to end with here?
Let's do that. This is Stone Temple Pilots, and this is an acoustic song called Plush. When I feel the times are wasting gold, so where you going for tomorrow? When I see these lies are gone, so would you even care? And I feel it, and I feel it. So where you going for tomorrow? And where you going with the mask found? And I feel when the dogs begin to smell her. Oh, well, she smell the Lord. When I see so much depends on the weather. So where's it raining in your bedroom? And I see these are the eyes of disarray. Would you even care? And I feel it, and she feels it. Where you going for tomorrow? And where you going with the mask that I found? And I feel when the dog begin to smell her. Well, she smelled the Lord. Well, the dogs to find her. Got time, wait for tomorrow to find it, to find it, to find it. Well, the dogs to find her. Got time, wait for tomorrow to find it, to find it, to find it.
Rockstar taking us to the weekend in the next round lounge there. Jay said, I didn't say it.
Good
Jay
catch.
says, you're crushing it, Rockstar. Have you played this over 100 times? I know how much you like STP.
I don't play this one that much because it's a long song. I abbreviated it, that one. But I do love STP. That first album is fantastic. All their albums were great with Scott. He's a great talent. Sad to see him go, man.
All right, Rockstar strumming like they used to do on the old Country Boy Eddie
I love
show.
it. Strumming us to the top.
Strumming us to the top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us in what has been a troublesome week at times, electricity-wise, power-wise up here. But we worked through those, and we appreciate you guys riding with us through the shortened shows, and then back with us for a full show on Friday. Hopefully, we become full next week when Lance rejoins us on Monday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. Remember to like and thumbs up.